Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, November the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, William, and see my screen. So, actually, you know what, guys? There are a lot more earnings plays than I thought there'd be this morning. I've just done a sort on the earnings date column up and down. Anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play today. So these are the ones on the way up. These are the ones on the way down. So now other things. Thank you, Les, and in YouTube. So some now shot. My goodness, shot reminded me of AI yesterday. I mean, that was a massive move down. And speaking of AI, guys, speaking of AI, it's back on the move up. If you're in the room yesterday, we saw this unfortunate action right at 245. Unfortunate if you were in this trade. This was the trade of the week. Still is the trade of the week. I don't know if it actually. I guess it might have hit the stop. But yeah, I mean, the trigger was $30 and it actually got up to 31.67. But look at it now, coming right back. Morning, Dragos. Hmm. Guys, I'm going to have to load my brokerage account again. It's doing something weird. It's has all my old orders in it from yesterday, all zeroed out, but I don't know why it's doing that. So just give me you know what? I'll go over the movers right now. So there are a couple of earnings plays that we might want to keep an eye on. Okay, SYM is one. SYM is one. It appears that it's got lots of room. 54.36 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart, so it looks like this has got some room. Good volume. It is an earnings play. Symbotic. On the way down, I mentioned. You remember last week we had the Gap GPS. Had an awesome reaction to its earnings. So I was wondering, okay, the Gap, American Eagle, not even close. Look at American Eagle right now, AEO, just a huge drop down. Well, I think did AI just come up with another announce a C3 generative AI? Okay, available under a 14-day free trial in the AWS marketplace. Okay. I also looking at some of the analysts are trying to pop this again. Oppenheimer has a $40 price target on it. ANGH. ANGH. See if there's any news on this one. ANGH. Okay, so some group, OSN Group, announces up to a $50 million cash investment. This is the UAE stock, United Arab Emirates, one of the few that I know of that trade on the US exchange. And that's ANGH, low float, 10.8 million in the float. Well, requiem for my favorite store, guys. No longer close to an all-time high. So Best Buy had earnings, BBY earnings play, and I can see why. I mean, I think people are really laying off the high-ticket items. ABVC was popping this earlier. I think it's pulled back quite a bit. ABVC, yeah, pulled back quite a bit. Had some news about receives a U.S. patent for ADHD treatment. TCOM is an earnings play. TCOM is an earnings play. And China stock, TCOM's an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Well, let's take a look at some of them right here. There's America. There's Abercrombie and Fitch. I have a tough time pronouncing that one. Another clothing retailer, not quite as bad as AEO, American Eagle, but certainly not like like the Gap. The Gap, it's a real outlier. I mean, the Gap had earnings on Thursday last week, Friday, and look at that gap. I mean, seriously, I think that caught a lot by surprise. Kohl's is an earnings play. KSS is an earnings play. HIB is an earnings play. HIBB is an earnings play. Having a great day, in fact, up 17%. Very low float for a $62 stock. 12 million in the float, very low. I'm just looking for another one here. MDT. MDT is another earnings play. MDT. I think it's an earnings play. Low is an earnings play. LOW. How did Home Depot do last week? I don't think Home Depot doesn't have earnings. Had earnings last week. So great reaction to earnings for Home Depot, but not as good for Lowe's. You can see the reaction of Lowe, sort of a sympathy play with the Home Depot release. I guess people thought, okay, Home Depot is pretty good. Lowe should be, but nope. ZM is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. ZM, Zoom Video. Zoom, when you were a $300 stock. Dick's Sporting Goods, another earnings play. DKS, another earnings play. Close to the 200-day moving average, guys. 128.61 is the 200-day moving average. So we're getting very close. That's that blue line. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to take about a 1 minute break. I'm going to put myself on mute. I just have to reload my brokerage platform. So I will be right back. Okay, guys, the platform should be loaded in a couple of seconds now. Yeah. Anybody else with IB? Yeah, this is the second day in a row I've noticed this. All my previous days trade, and I do close it down every night, of course, but my all my previous days trades were still there. zeroed out, of course, but in a list. Anyway, so let's take a look now at anything else happening here. I'm just looking at Burlington is another Burlington. Now there's a retailer that's doing okay. Burlington stores. Not just okay. That's a 50. Wow. That's just not okay. That's a great move for Burlington. BURL up 15%. Another fairly low float for a $158 stock. All right, let me take a look now at what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, let's see if there's anything that looks a little crazy in terms of a current price versus there's the AI with Oppenheimer. Okay, Oppenheimer upgrading it to $40. I think what I'll do, I'll get them all in, and then I'm going to check a couple of them to see if there's a some upgrade that is way above the current price. Okay, so let's take a look here. Like XYL has been upgraded to. Well, okay, it's been upgraded by Deutsche Bank to 120 from they had a previous one of 144 or 104. It's been upgraded to 120. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there ever. Now, let's take a look at WDC. There's a Goldman upgrade for WDC. It's pretty close. Well, actually, it's funny. It got up to the upgrade price, $48, and it's moved down. So Goldman upgrading it from 31. They had a previous upgrade, or they had a previous price target of 31. Now it's 48. It hit it this morning, but now it's pulling back. Gen Digital. Okay, well, Morgan Stanley had a previous target of 23, now 26. So that is for GEN. That could get interesting. All right, let me take a look at the downgrades. Oops. I got to take a look at AGL. See what the current price is. They've been downgraded by Deutsche Bank to, it's already there, from 27 down to 12. So it's at 11 now. Got to take a look at NC, see where it is now. NC has been downgraded by Goldman. It's already below the downgrade price, 65. Okay, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors now. 9:15, 15 minutes before the market's going to open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm clicking from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Scroll down to Show More. Go to Sector Status. I actually didn't realize we had such a big positive open at or a close at the end of the day. So we're in for a negative open this morning, a negative open. Ooh. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, this is XLE. When you see 96 or sorry, 86% in red, that means that the stocks that make up XLE are 86% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And so, as I said, the market's in for a negative open. So it'd be hard pressed to find any sector that is even at 50%. And look at communications, 100% of the stocks that make up the communications are down from yesterday's close. But after yesterday, now what I want to do is I want to see, I know that energy should be above the 200-day moving average now. Yeah, just barely above the 200-day moving average, sitting right on it now with the current price. Consumer staples. Actually, what I want to do, most of these are going to be above, except for consumer staples. Healthcare, I don't think is above. I'm not going to go over them all, but I don't think healthcare is above the 200-day. So that's still below. Getting closer, though, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. And I think the rest of them are all above the 200-day. Even retail, XRT. Let's take a look, though, see if I know it was above it yesterday. Yeah, so it closed above it yesterday. Yeah, you're reading my mind here, Draw. A VFS. All right, guys. So this one is alive again. This is this Vietnamese EV electric vehicle play. It had a crazy, crazy couple of weeks back here. Back here, meaning in August, got up to almost $100. $12 target put on it by Wedbush. Maybe that's the reason it's starting to move. Then VinFast Auto initiated to outperform by Wedbush. I didn't mention this one, but this is also an earnings play. I just didn't think it had a lot of more room to go down before it started hitting the next lows. But IQ is an earnings play at another China company out of, and it's an earnings play. Boy, Shot just took a shot. I mean, seriously, the big. As somebody said, I wonder if they're announcing a financing or something. But that was a big sell-off, guys. I mean, looked pretty interesting. Over $5, but it's barely at yesterday's close now. And there was some SPAC that was going a little bit crazy this morning. I don't see it on my list anymore. All right, let me take a look to see if there's anything sneaking in here. This is the one I was talking about. Yeah, MCAF is a SPAC. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Traders Mill. That's didn't mention. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with it? I mean, it got down to what yesterday, 555. Yeah, it's up 48%, but what does it really mean? I don't know if they've announced who they're going to actually merge with. Hmm. You know what? Thank you for that. Let's see if I can fix that, Phoenix. Okay, because you might be not the only one. Let me know if this works. Okay, I'm going to be on mute for a second. All right, I'm now back. Tell me if that fixed it on your end anyway. Hmm. Okay, how about now though? Okay, Christine, there is something I can do within the program that for some people it fixes it. All right, guys. So SYM, this is an earnings play, seems to be pretty darn good. Okay, pretty darn good in that there's room. There's still room for this one to move. Looking left, 54.51 is the next high looking left. I think it's going to do that, of course. And with the market kind of getting a little bit weak, we might maybe we're going to have to anticipate some fades. American Eagle is still had a little bit of a pop, but so what did it get to down? In the low of the pre-market was 1610. Yeah. So the next low looking left on the daily was is 1579. Okay. So it did get down to 1610 this morning. This is an earnings play. American Eagle is an earnings play. All right, ABVC maybe getting set for round two. There's a sort of a red bar right there. Red bar ignored, sort of. Very low float, 2.2 million in the float. They did have some news. Received a U.S. patent for ADHD treatment. Okay, so there was some news for this ABVC a few days ago, meaning October 26th. It actually got up to 335. Could not hold the gains, of course. Closed way down here, and it's kind of been floundering since. I don't think so, Grumpy. I had it written down yesterday, but I know Pepe knows. Some of you know what was the stop for AI? The stop may have triggered 2850. Yeah. So thanks, Pepe. So yeah. So the stop was it 28? Yeah, 2850. So it actually got stopped out. So I mean, you can obviously still trade it if you want, but technically this has been stopped out. Yeah, shot. This is a very strange one right now. What's the float in shot? I mean, yeah, it's low, 21 million, certainly a low float, but it's not crazy low. Keep looking to see if there's any sort of news that hit here other than just pure profit taking. This guy, I mean, this looked pretty awesome. I was looking at this. I was actually thinking about taking this when the market opened, if as long as it could hold five. I mean, it's basically a lifetime high. Yeah, you're bumping, now dumping. AIRE. Let's take a look at AIRE. It was a crazy one from not last week, but here back in late October. Yeah, man. So they're doing a financing. That's the whole $8 million financing at $5 for AIRE. That is the reason. Give me one moment, please, guys. Okay, Sim's been a little bit choppy, but it's still, yeah, just made another new high, pre-market high, guys. SYM. Looks like a pretty decent looking earnings play, just based on how much room it still has. I'm not saying it's going to get here, of course, but meanwhile, I still have this MET-C thumbnail, but I may be taking this off. MET-C continues to move down here now. No, okay, better temper that a bit. Only 2,000 shares. I think the key level, of course, would be this 1574. That out. This could really sort of move down because the next low underneath that is around 12. Unless they come up with more news to try to substantiate their claims. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, less than a minute for this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Remember, tomorrow's the last day. Last day. Thursday, the market is closed, and then we're open half a day on Friday. I will be here, may not do any pre-market work on Friday. I don't like trading half a day, but the room will be open. And I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, so we'll see what happens this morning. I'd like to see things settle down a little bit. That ABVC, guys, might be ready for another launch. Okay, we are now open. Wow, look at the SYM. Look at the SYM. Not in it, but there it is. Nice initial move. Man, oh man, shot coming right back too. Here's that SPAC, guys, the MCAF. Just be awfully careful. There's hardly any in the float. All right, TCOM guys. TCOM is in my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. Yeah, I was toying with the idea of taking it, but didn't. $30.74 is the next low looking left. 30.77, sorry. 30.77 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Look at Sim. Wow. Yes, I am. It's all about the gap, guys, the potential for the move. So 54.81. 54.70 is the next high looking left on the daily chart, on the weekly chart. Best Buy. So Best Buy, BBY, on the way down here, guys. Earnings play, the next low looking left. Sort of almost there. 63.39 is the next low looking left. And after that, the next low is 62.30 for Best Buy, BBY. Earnings play. Look at AI. GOGL is an earnings play. GOGL is an earnings play. The Golden Ocean Group over the 200-day moving average. Okay. Oh, oh man, I thought the ABVC was up at 230. ABVC guys, so it's challenging too again. Bad news. FDA patent granted. Now look at SYM. You can see exactly why I don't like trading in that first 15. I mean, look at this SYM now. Look at the mat, big top and tail. Up to $52, right back down to almost 48. For me, these things are just way too jumpy in the first 15. Now, ABVC might just take off though. High in the pre-market, 226. All right, there's the VFS with Wedbush with their $10 price target. $9 or $10? $12. $12 price target for VFS by Wedbush. We used to follow them a lot more, Wedbush. I just really haven't seen them perform. Man, there's the ABVC guy. So if you're a little less conservative than I am, taking these a little earlier. Coles guys, KSS continues to move down here on earnings. Next low looking left is 21.52, so that's about a dollar away. KSS. What about AI to trade from our YouTube room? Well, I mean, again, I had some news this morning. They're trying to pump it up a bit. Oppenheimer put a $40 price target on it. I mean, the news from yesterday is still there. So I would wait. RR guys, RR. Okay, I had an alert set for 634 on this one. So this is can't really remember what the deal on this one was. If this is truly an IPO. I remember this one now. Yes, yes, yes. This was an IPO. Yeah, double pirate. All right, AUPH through the 200-day moving average. Uh, Using this one. Saw this one yesterday. Had a nice 3 days now. The next high looking left is, that's right, I was watching this one yesterday, but it didn't really move after I was watching it. But 1027 is the next high looking left on the weekly. There's AI now. I know Steve is gonna be pulling his hair out. Well, there was your trigger yesterday, 30. This was a trade of the week. It triggered, moved up really nicely before it got thumped by that news. Look at SYM now. Oh, man. I should print this out, guys. The absolute reason I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at this. This looks awesome. 52 down to 44. Crazy action. Really, really crazy, though. $7, $8 drop. All right, watching this first 15-minute candle in the SPY, still red. So again, the market's down, not huge or anything, but yeah, MNY was a big one yesterday. I noticed it on my scanners. MNY, the money hero. Yesterday's high was 149. Very choppy though. I mean, look at this action. I mean, this is super choppy. Yeah, look pretty good here, but very, very choppy action. Excuse me. Hard for me to commit. I mean, look at ANF also. I mean, we had a big pop in the pre-market. This is on earnings, then a huge drop, then a run, now a big drop. So I just want to sit out that first 15. I mean, things are just too choppy for me. Okay, so I didn't really see this one yesterday. I don't know if it traded that much, but another Argentinian stock, TEO, was Argentina. A lot of the stocks, most of the stocks had huge pops yesterday. I don't see a lot of follow through for the one, well, YPF, for instance. YPF, I don't see a lot of follow through today. This is all on their election, of course. I don't see a lot of follow through today, but TEO, which I really didn't see yesterday. I don't know, maybe the volume wasn't that great. Yeah, so this could be interesting. I mean, it hit 818 in the pre-market. All right, so we're off the. So I'm not going to be displaying this anymore, but because the test drive is now officially over as of yesterday. But those of you with our premium service, you probably understand what I'm talking about. Another choppy one. Look at MDT, another earnings play, very choppy, big topping tail, bottoming tail, sort of mimicking a little bit mimicking the SPY. I mean, we on the SPY, that opening 15, we've got a topping tail, we have a bottoming tail. Crazy. SYM. I mean, is it going to go negative? Never mind. Hard to believe it'll go negative, but I suppose we should be looking at it for some kind of a bounce. I mean, trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q4 sales results. And, look at Sean. Imagine if you were, holding this one, you get at 5 or something, and then all of a sudden this happens and well, I wouldn't call this a panic. You probably have to have some stops along the way. But look at this. I mean, it almost went negative. Now it's right back up. Talking about shot. The volume. Well, guys, there's the sim. It's showing up in the abnormal option activity, but I mean, it's so extended right now on the way down. Hard for me to commit to that. Jen, I think, is an earnings play, guys. I have it on my list. I don't know if I mentioned it though. Gen, GEN, is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. It was on my list. Or Morgan Stanley has upgraded this company, put a price target. Maybe I was talking about this because that's right. This was an upgrade by Morgan Stanley to 26 from 23. Yeah, you almost have to just leave shot alone. I mean, certainly now, I mean, it's just too volatile. Like, where are you going to put a stop? All right, Tio, what's Tio doing now? Who is your broker, Profit? Not sure if Shot was available. I think Shot was available a few times in Interactive Brokers in order to short, but not many shares. All right, guys. So the market is weakening right now. So my, bias, of course, would be to short these some of these earnings plays that are moving higher still, if there are any. Look at AI now. I mean, look at AI now. So what did it get? It got up to 30.26, right back down to 28.60, 28.50. Somebody mentioned SGD. Let's take a look at SGD. Yeah, on the move here, guys. So this was, of course, the crazy one from actually 2 weeks, not 2 weeks, but a couple of days ago. 2 days, 3 days ago, got up to 844. Well, you know what? I mean, if it can clear 381, that's the high of yesterday. Maybe it gets going. Super low float. Don't have any information on the float. Okay, Macy's is trying to do a bit of a bounce play here, guys. Bit of a bounce play. But as always, if you're going to play bounces, you'd like to see the market at least not going against you. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but even if it just sort of was even neutral, you don't want to try to bounce something when or play a bounce, in my opinion anyway, when the market is moving down like this. A lot of these stocks will just kind of mimic the market to a certain extent. So, look at crypto. Yeah, I'm seeing off about 1,000 today. All right. Well, there's the SGD now at yesterday's high. SGD at yesterday's high. Now, notice just because it hit my price alert doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade, but at least I wanted to know about it, see how it's trading. Way too extended for me to try to take this right now. Extended meaning, you got giant 50-minute candles. Ideally, probably won't happen, but ideally, it would sort of rest here for a bit anyway, and then maybe pop through that high and maybe because traders will be looking at this. They'll be looking, wow, 2 days ago, this got up to 840. Well, it might go without me. I mean, SGD, I mean, it's again with that high of 2 days ago, that's what traders are looking at right now. Yeah, I mean, that's wild trading in the AI. Well, again, if you're less conservative than I am, SGD just ripping for you now. Just be careful. What is the float? We okay, another site has 3 million. Give me a moment, guys. The heck is going on? Just give me one moment. Well, I know some of you took SGD. I know that. I did not take SGD. I know some of you did take it. I just have an aversion. Oh, shut up, Kate Bush. Sorry. Sorry. That's up to you, Randy. I mean, when you say these types of trades, I don't. It doesn't matter what the trade is, whether it's a super risky one or Apple. Not that I trade Apple. It's really up to you. I mean, you go on the internet, you're going to find people saying you shouldn't risk more than 2% of your account. Um, some will say 1%. I know Michael Noss talks about half a percent. It really is. I don't think there's no hard and fast rule, but it's not like something like SGD. If I were in it, well, I'd say, well, okay, I'm going to risk 5% because of it's it's a low float, or I'm going to only going to risk even less because it's such a volatile one. That does it. The difficulty with an SGD is where you're going to put your stop. I mean, that's a very hard one to know where you're going to put your stop. Palantir is a bounce candidate. Let's take a look at PLTR from Real. I mean, another one. Look at this huge topping tail and then bottoming tail. Okay, well, we're almost half an hour in, and I'm still kind of not really sold on anything that I'm seeing. Wait a minute though. AEO. Let's take a look at AEO. Yeah, I mean, on my 10-day daily breakdown, we had an alert at 1597. That's at 931. Too early for me, number one. But even if it gets back down to 1597, if I look left, I see that the next low is 1579. That's so close. So I'm not seeing anything. What I'm looking for is something with if I'm going to short something, I want to see a lot of room underneath until it hits the next low. So for me, AEO, it just doesn't cut it. I'm going to go long something that, I just sort of shift or go in the opposite direction, going to go along something. I want to look left and make sure there's enough room for it to keep going until it hits the next high. Well, guys, SGD, if you took it, you are pretty happy. So they actually had some news. Let's take a look at the news that they put out. Unveils letter of intent for integration of real estate AI software. Well, how about that? So now it is now an AI play. SGD is now an AI play. Not suitable for me at Interactive Brokers. You think so, Randy? Oh, of course. Well, okay. Where was the place to buy SGD? I mean, I suppose you could have, if you looked at yesterday's high, 383, and a break of yesterday's high, maybe. This is the 930 candle through 335, I guess, but understand it's very, very risky, very, 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 very volatile. This could have dropped down, just as much as it went like this, it could have dropped the same amount. So it's very risky in the first, in my opinion, anyway. After it, in retrospect, sure, get pile in at 330. Give me a moment, guys. Look at SYM now, guys. I mean, you talk about crazy, crazy trading. SYM now coming right back up. So now we had high 52, low 43, so not quite a $10 drop. And now we've got a little over a $5 pop. You talk about so yeah, trading is not easy. Now the market is putting in a green bar now. Today is not half a day, okay? You're talking about a half oh, you're talking about is Phoenix going to be trading for half a day perhaps? So again, guys, remember, Thursday the market's closed, Friday it's open half a day. So if you're in the United States, US, you of course know that. Your Thanksgiving is on Thursday. Well, they're saying this week is your biggest travel week of well, certainly of the year, but in the last, I don't know, 5 years or something. But American Airlines is not profiting from that. All right, KISS may be putting in a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Kohl's, KSS, a little bit of a bounce, maybe with the market. It's basically kind of trading with the market. I mean, again, look at the reaction to its earnings. Nice little pop up to 26.50 pre-market, and then a complete drop once the market opens. Silo, yeah, somebody was mentioning Silo. I know I saw Silo yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I mean, another one that had a wild trading. All the way down to 134, closing at 16. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Look at this morning, big bottoming tail, now a pop up. Very, in my opinion, very hard to trade. I mean, look at the ABVC. I mean, that looked awesome for a bit. I'm not talking about the pre-market. I'm talking about once it broke over two again. That looked pretty awesome again. And look at it now. So you've got to be quick, guys. You're going to take these. I mean, don't be don't go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, make some toast and come back. You've got to be watching these. And I'd be taking profit when I could, because I just find these ones can be extremely, extremely whippy. TSLA, as in Tesla. Yeah, actually, it's having a nice little pop here, guys. So the next high looking left for Tesla, TSL. Now, if you want to buy Tesla, you don't want to pay that amount. You can always go to TSLL, which is an ETF specifically for Tesla. And this will give you a little bit more of a bang because it's 1.5 times. So, that 4.8%. If you look at Tesla, it'll be less than that. And but it's the same. I mean, like very, very liquid, 6 million. So if I'm going to stick an alert here, 1479. Let's take a look at Zoom now, guys. So Zoom, another one, low 6180, 6431, big move up. Well, it's still down. It's still down 2.5%, but this is an earnings play, but trying to pop a bit. So I'm sort of interested in the coals, the KSS. It fits my pattern in terms of just being over a whole number. And the next high looking left on a 15-minute chart is 2251, but it may not do it. Nope. Kiss is not holding. Or now is this gold? Probably not. No, it is gold. Okay. So gold, yeah, OR. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? Not, in my opinion, that much. I mean, it's got, between here and 14, I think it could stall. That's for OR. Well, AUPH was the one, guys. It's just too early for me to take it, but AUPH 964 on the breakout right there. It's too early for me to take it, but 964, 985, 10 could stall it. Now there's room. I mean, if it can break through 10, 1024, a couple of highs on the weekly chart for AUPH. Is that what it is? Now this I remember. I mean, this that rumor had been around for quite a while, hadn't it? If I go back to a monthly chart, it had been rumored a buyout. I don't know if it was Gilead, but this was all sorts of buyout rumors for AUPH way back here. This is back in wow. Is it that long ago? I mean, this is a monthly chart. I thought it was a weekly. So in October 2021 is when we had the initial talks about a buyout rumor for AUPH, and that completely fizzled. So it was with okay, so it was with Bristol Myers. Okay. Well, there's the Kiss guys. So the Kiss went the other way. So KISS has got some room. Okay. The next low looking left is 2066. So it does have some room. There's there on the daily chart, 2150. So it breaks that. Then the next low looking left is 2077. So it does have some room. This is an earnings play. I was actually thinking I might have a bit of a move over 22, but it did not. Well, I'm looking to short it, so I'll hold off. I'm looking to short KISS. The alert came in for me, well, for us, that is me, right there at 2170. So I want to see it hold underneath that 2170. Wow, AUPH just a monster, guys. Challenging 10 now. So this is what I'm talking about. AUPH here. So how did AEO just is sort of languishing around 16, not really doing much. Let's take a look at the TCOM. Did it move? How much did it move down from 30 to 11? Yeah, I mean, it moved down. I mean, that would have been a nice trade, quick, but quick pop up though also. So I won't call that a winner. But AUPH 964, almost at 10 now. And I'm sharing all these scans. Okay. I'm going to, what time is it now? 10:14. In about 15 minutes, I'll go over my homepage and all the things you can find on my homepage, plus the scans that I am sharing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of SYM. I mean, that's just crazy. It's a pretty low float for a $48 stock, 33 million. That's pretty low. So I mean, I guess that we can attribute it to that. But man, that is look at this. I mean, look at this bottoming tail, big topping tail. All right. Well, I'm looking at KISS right now again. It's right at the alert price of 2170. Let's see what it does there. Maybe it's going to bounce. I'm talking KSS. Oh my goodness. Look at shot now, guys. You talk about an erratic trader. Look at it now, all the way down to 431. And now I think it was halted, right? Yeah, halted. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, keep an eye on the kiss, guys. I mean, keep an eye on shot. I don't even know what to say about this. Let's see where shot could open. That'll be the interesting thing. Shot. Wow, this is not telling us much. Well, hopefully nobody's in it if that's true. So what you're seeing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. You don't see the symbol up here, but this is shot. There's the halt price in red, 523. This column is shows the potential open. Now, typically on a first halt, typically the potential open is above, but certainly not that far below. So, now this could be what time did it get halted? 10:16:34. So if it's a 5-minute halt, which typically they are, then this will open at 10:21 plus 34 seconds. So a little over a minute from now. Gotta hope that this, if you're in this one, if you're caught in this halt, you gotta hope that this is starts moving higher. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, so UPH is halted. Okay, so shot resumed. Oh man, so it did not. Well, it wasn't as bad. It wasn't as bad. So the halt price was at 523. So it wasn't as bad as what could have happened. So if you're in this one, be awfully careful. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Does IB have no. Yesterday they had some, like a couple thousand perhaps, at certain times, but right now there are no shot shorts available. Yeah, if you Google some of this stuff, you'll find the answer. But I mean, National Best Bid and Offer (NBBO). Okay, the best bid and offer. Oops, maybe not. Let me get rid of that. I don't know if I can. Anyway, that's what it stands for. Okay, guys, kiss, kiss, kiss. I don't know why I'm somewhat fixated on it, just because it. Now, how about more? MOR. Okay, guys, I am continue. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just forget about the kiss. Anyway, there's MOR. MOR. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable. 1.23 million shortable. Available interactive brokers. A lot of room under. Well, yeah, a lot of room underneath. 388. Let's see if it does anything. Market is moving down. Aorta. I know it's not aorta, but let's take a look at this one. This could be interesting. AORT. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. AORT's got some room. I don't know what the reason this is moving higher. Must be some news on it. A Congress member bought up to 200,000 K, and okay. Tina Smith, okay. Okay, well, there's the reason, I guess, for the pop in this one, AORT. Yeah, market is I don't know, a dump, but I mean the market is certainly putting a nice big red bar. All right, Coles, KSS. Come on down now. This is at the want to see if this really moves down. Okay, this is a crazy one, guys. ATGL. Now, what it got halted on the way down, I guess. Now it's trying to pop up. Am I a short bias trader? Nope. I'll trade what if I like it, I'll trade it, whether it's long or short. Okay, now short did appear in the 10-day daily breakout. Boy, it's a tough one though. I'll stick an alert up here at 5:15 and see if it takes that out. And if I do take this one, it'll be, my finger will be on the submit button to sell it, depending on what it does. You, yeah, no kidding on the UPH. I missed this. Wow, look at this. So the halt was at 114. I don't think I've seen this one before. And it's a earnings play actually. Had earnings after hours. Not that that really did anything. Nah, Coles is just kind of, yeah, it's really not. It's, you know what? I mean, it's actually bucking the market in a fairly big way. I mean, the market is moving down. This is an earnings play for Coles, and yet it's trying to put a pop in. So good for you, William. Well, I will reset my alert down here at 2144 and see if it takes it out later. But it's definitely going against the market right now. ELAB, is this an IPO? Let's take a look. ELAB. Haven't looked at any of the IP. Yeah, it looks like it is. So yeah, IPO. I don't think it's a SPAC. If we can see the news on this one. $4 a share, 1.5 million. Where are they out of? Doesn't look like this is China. No, it doesn't look like it's China. I wish it were, but I don't think it is. So 1.5 million shares at $4 a share. So, right now, no enthusiasm. Okay. It's underneath the IPO price. It got halted on the way down, I guess. So, well, I hope you hung on to your kiss, William. All right, I'd put an alert on AUPH over 10. It got right up to 10, didn't it? 9.99 maybe? 9.98, okay. Stick an alert around 10 and see if it takes it out. It would have a little bit of room to 10.23. If it ever break through that though, look at this. So this going forward, maybe tomorrow, keep an eye on this one, especially if it breaks 10, because it will have a lot of room. It wants to keep running if that rumor is correct, the Gilead rumor. Keep an eye on AEO. I mean, it's kind of doing a bit of a Coles, but in a more gentler way. It's trying to creep here. The next high in the on the it's got room, the next high in the 15-minute chart is almost 17. All right, guys, it is a little past 10:30, so I'm going to go over the information you can find on my homepage. Excuse me, right now. Oops. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You'll be at the top here. So this promo code is still valid, probably until I'm going to call 11:59 p.m. Sunday. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Sunday. So Barry 25, you can use to get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. You can always just start off with a monthly. You don't have to start off with an ad. Listen, if you want to go month to month forever, that's fine. Obviously, the reason to take on a yearly is you'll get a better per month discount, but you do have to come up with the money up front. But you can always try us out for a month. And if you like it and you do want to upgrade to a year, I'll make sure you get the 25%. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. I'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, down to your introduction to scans, alert windows, top list windows. Okay. Yeah, there's the AUPH guys at 10 now and better. Where are you guys? There you are. Okay. And if you're new to trading, we've got a series of videos. Michael Nosp did these. Trading 101. You can take a look at this if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher. And as always, if you are going to take out a subscription at any point in time, please use my promo code. This will help the room immensely. Okay. We want to keep this room free. The only way we can keep it free is if people when they're finally wanting to take out a subscription, they use my promo. Okay. It's that simple. I do a stock of the day video. Of course, you can sign up for that, and it's free. The Pearl trade of the week. The trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. It was a nice one yesterday until that news hit. AI was the trade of the week. If you're looking for more education, right here, this is our user guide. So there's the getting started again. Alert window. So in the getting started, you will there's sort of a brief there's a brief overview of what alert windows are and top list windows, but this is in more detail about what alert windows are and top list windows are. You want to find out a little more about stock racing and price alerts. You'll see me using price alerts all the time. Now, if you look at this and don't have the program or you just got the program, don't worry. You don't have to learn everything that there is about trade ideas. Okay. It's like any other software program. It has a pretty big manual, but you don't have to learn everything. But I would absolutely know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Okay. And here again in that education section, the getting started daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm with Michael before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Michael. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. And last, if you're looking for my scans, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. That's the middle section right here. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This shows me the gappers in the pre-market. This is the halts resumes that you see over here. This is the momentum scan that you see here, momentum right there. And this is the abnormal option activity scan right there. This is one you can't see. It's on my other monitor. I would recommend you probably take a look at this too. Don't get too many alerts. This is the 10-day daily breakdown and breakout. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay. So if you take a look at my scans and you're wondering, well, what are they looking for? So if you look at the momentum scan as an example, first of all, I want to take a look at this MNSO. MNSO showing up on my abnormal option activity scan. Ugly. Ugly looking daily chart, up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Difficult to trade in my opinion. So I'm just going to I'm going to back off that one for sure. So if you look at this momentum scan that I've got here, this is what Traded is excellent at doing. Many screening programs out there that you can buy. Okay. This is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen, but what we're really, really good at is giving you real-time alerts. So in this particular case, the way I've set this up for my style of trading, if the price is between 1 and 100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The stocks where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the time right now is 10:43. The last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was AUPH at 10:37. and the price was 10.02. Since then, no other stock has met these requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like this scan the way it is, great, but you can always modify it, of course. Maybe you don't want the same price range. You can always make a change. I'll change it to 10 and 100. Click on the summary. Maybe you want a more volume. Remember, this volume is very low, I understand, but this is just to get it started. Most of the time when I see anything that has been alerted, it's going to be well over that. But I don't want to put a minimum of a million shares, which, I don't want to see a stock that I have to wait for a million shares when it could be ramping up to the million earlier on. But that's just me. If you want to have a different minimum volume, go. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icons that we have, or real-time alerts that we have. If I scroll down, these are all the filters that we have, the screeners that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Okay. The only reason we have so many, and the new high and the new low are absolutely the two most popular ones. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough different real time alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. If you just kind of, glance at them and you say, well, I don't know what that means, the Fibonacci 62% buy signal, forget about it. You don't have to know what it means. You don't ever have to use it. I only use a handful of these and that's it. That's for my style of trading. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay. Now, because I'm an intraday trader, the most important filter for me is the relative volume filter. That tells me, so if I look at this one, 3.21, again for MNSO, that means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 10:46 a.m. Eastern time. But another way I can zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally is looking at their option volume also. Oh, look at this shot. Ah, so tempting. Hmm. This is a gold play, SBSW. Well, look at the room it's got. 526 is the next high looking left. So I don't know. I typically don't play gold or energy stocks unless there's specific news for it. But I'm not saying don't take it, but that's just my style. Just because most of them are so tied to their sector. Anyway, what I'm looking for here is abnormal option activity, which again can tell me not only obviously this one in relative volume, that tells me when a stock is trading abnormal volume. But this one will tell me when it's trading abnormal option volume. So when you look at SBSW right there, its option volume today is 13,214 contracts as we speak. That that represents 463% of normal or 4.6 times normal. Okay. So it's another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And of course, so as an intraday trader, that's my main goal. I don't want to see anything that's not trading abnormally. So again, coupled with, because I do have the relative volume filter in here also. The filter that I'm using in here, I have others, but it has to be at least a minimum of 500 contracts, and it has to be that has to be then at least trading 1.5 times normal. And when you see in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long, and in brown, a suggestion to go short. Remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas that have been generated. And again, I call this now a trading and support room. So if you're out there wanting to ask me a question, but you feel you're bothering me or, excuse me, interrupting me or anything, please don't. Okay. You can ask me questions all day long. And this room is like this. And by the way, if you're new to the rooms, welcome. This room is like these two rooms. I run a YouTube room or moderate a YouTube room as well as the main room. And they're like this. We have them open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Obviously, not this week. Thursday is a holiday. But William in the main room usually keeps the room open till about 4 or 4:15. Well, Marius, do you really expect people to say, "Yes, I've got a seven plus figure account"? I'm not going to say that. And okay, what if people said they did? I mean, what difference does it make? And are they? Is it for real or not? So I mean, you feel you're being ignored because you posted a question about how many people have a seven plus figure account. What difference does it make? No, I don't have. Okay, my only price range usually is up to $100. Okay, I think in here it's 100. Um, typically though, you know, I'm looking for stocks that are active and that are trading with nice percentage moves. Typically a $100 stock is not going to be that stock. Okay. And it's nothing to do with the float. I don't have a minimum float requirement or a maximum float. But a lot of times, of course, if a stock is going to be moving, 20, 30, 40%, more than likely the float will be fairly low. Okay. But it's not that I have a filter that prevents me from seeing, a larger float stock. It's just that, what I want to see are stocks that are, having decent percentage moves. So you're talking about SGD, Philippe, as an example. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Um, well, let's see. Was this the hack that I gave you? If not, I'll have to direct you to. Just give me a moment, please, as I. Give me a moment, okay? I'm just trying to find. Um, where is that? Okay, float with blank. So is this what I gave you? I think you have to set it with one in the min or something like that. You know what? I don't use this anymore. So, your best bet, because I think Stephanie is around and I think she may have refined that one. This is one I used to use a long, long time ago. But you may want to contact support at trade-ideas.com, okay? Or go to our homepage. You'll probably get a quicker answer. Okay, go to their homepage and click on the homepage and then need help and then ask the question and say, hey, I know there's a hack that you can use for the float data when we don't have float data. and maybe get a verification that that is correct. Okay. I thought you had to put one in the min box to make the statement true. TV. This is out of Mexico, I think. This is this Grupo Televisa out of Mexico. All right, guys. AEO may be on the move again. AEO may be moving with the market now, trying to have a bit of a recovery. The next high looking left is 1690-ish or so on the 15-minute chart. Yes, this MRAI is a bit of a quiet creeper. You're absolutely right. And it's got room. Obviously, it's got some room. The high 3 days ago was 164, so it's got some room. But this Gen now is giving it up. This is not an earnings play. This is the one I think that was it JP Morgan? Morgan Stanley upgraded them to 20, I can't remember the price, $26, I thought. So early on, that was causing this to pop. Well, you can ask away, Marius, but if if nobody wants to respond to you, that this is the way it is. My guess is that there are probably not a lot of people with seven-figure accounts hanging around a YouTube room. Okay, that's my guess, but hey, it's only me. IRS could be a bad, yeah. Well, what would you like me to do, Marius? I can't force people to answer you. Okay, I cannot force people to answer you. How many of you in that YouTube room have a seven-figure account? I understand that would be very interesting to you, but I cannot force people to answer. So, Okay, guys, yeah, I had a confirmation. Michael will be in our YouTube room in how long now? About an hour. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, that I'm being condescending, but I don't know what you expect me to do if nobody wants to answer your little your survey. I don't know what else I can do. Sorry. YouTube room is in YouTube, Treasure Hunter. It's the same room, slight delay. They see my screen and can hear me. All right, guys. Possibly, William. Yeah, shot is, it's just so, where are you going to put your stop? That's the big thing. Where, if you take this stock, where are you going to put your stop? It's been so erratic all day long. Oh yeah, I mean, it's got the catalyst. I mean, there's no question it has the catalyst. I mean, that's what happened back here. Saying they've got this shot, literally a shot that you take. Not a shot, not an injection, but I guess sort of like a 5 hour energy drink or something like a little shot that you drink. Supposedly, which would help if you have a hangover, get your blood alcohol content down, and also give you some clarity. I mean, that's what they claim. I guess it's going on sale in December. You can get it on Amazon. I think. Well, that's what I read yesterday about it being on sale in December from their website, of course, but also on Amazon. So sure, there's no question. I mean, if that actually worked, but better than drinking a bunch of water, well, hey, it'd be a miracle. Well, okay. Now, shot, I think, is an all-time high, though it might be a bit of a. I mean, I don't know what it was before this. I mean, there's no way this was an IPO at $1. Okay, so I don't know what it was before this. Maybe it was a symbol name change. I mean, we're having it as a lifetime high, but it started trading as the symbol SHO2, SHOT back here. This is back in September. Did nothing, 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 nothing until they came out with that claim that this is what they could do. Yeah, so I that's what I'm saying. I did not think this is an all-time high, but I don't know what it was before SHOT. It was probably a symbol name change, maybe. Absolutely. I mean, if it's real, there's no question. This has, I mean, it's been on just an amazing run. If those claims are real. Well, man, oh man. So, okay, so somebody is pointing out that the all-time high is really around 8 something or other when it wasn't trading as SHOT. The bottom line is this. This is a classic news story. Okay? Classic news story. Actually, I guess the correct term would be more. This is a story stock. But just be careful. The reason being is that, I mean, look what it did in the pre-market. Look awesome. I mean, I really thought this was going to be my rule breaker. Okay, if it had maintained 5 going into the when the market opened at 9:30, I was going to take some. I really was. And then all of a sudden, I mean, it drops from 5 something all the way down to 427. So you just have to really know that this is a highly volatile situation. Or, as I like to call it, this could turn into like a faith-based stock. Okay. You have faith that whatever they're selling is going to work. Oh, I'm sure they're low in cash, like any other low float stock. And it's so funny because when you look at Interactive Brokers and their headlines have keeps keeps putting this out. The company's fundamentals look very poor making an investment. you know. But you know what? Right now the market doesn't care. The market does not care. So that was JUP W. Okay. JUPW. Okay. Yeah, I figured it had to be a symbol name change. Okay, so that's what SHOT was before, and that's why I'm surprised. Usually our provider, we usually have this right. So this was just, a floundering little penny stock. Chris, is it as simple as that without the convoluted? I used to use that other one a long time ago. So it's that simple. Okay. And what do you put in the min or the max box? Anything? I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. So I'm sorry. So you put one in the min box to make the statement true? No. So what do you do? Nothing? You must put something in the min box. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, as crazy as it sounds, I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day. You never know later on. Look at this weekly candle. I'm only 2 days, of course. Today and half yesterday and half of today. Bigger than last week's candle now. Well, let's take a look at SYM, guys. SYM, another volatile one, but it's hanging over 50 now. Maybe ready to take a move. The high let's see, that was the opening, a 15-minute candle was all the way up to 52 before it just got to 42. So maybe if it holds 50, SYM, it's an earnings play. That's why I had the big pop after hours yesterday and maintained in the pre-market. Actually had a little run up in the pre-market, but then it did this when the market opened, which was really, really strange. eBay pops on rumors. Okay. eBay. No kidding. Nice. You're getting that from your Squawk Box or something? And I'm sure you've shorted it. Who uses eBay? I know, I'm just kidding. I throw that out every time. See the hands going up. All right, guys, shot not over. Look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the volume. Hilarious. I knew somebody would say, every time I see eBay, I just can't believe it's still around. That's all. Well, I discounted this MNSO, but man, and this is really starting to move down. I just didn't like. I mean, it's hard for me to even look at this daily chart for MNSO. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. But since the open, it's dropped $4. See, you're coming out of the woodwork. Everybody is saying how they've used eBay in the last little while. So that news about Blackstone and Pierre. Oh, I see. So eBay has a stake in Permira. Okay, Permira. Okay, so that's the reason. Now real. I don't want to have to censor you. All right, guys. Shot on the way again. Give me a moment, guys. Man, just don't forget to have a stop. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:19. So in about, again, 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. My stop is 9. Funny. Funny man, Lando. Well, there are other things happening. So let's take a look at CLBT. Actually, let's take a look at that ELAB. I want to see if it's at least back up to the 4 level. No. So what I'm going to do with this one is stick an alert at $4. This is an IPO today, 1.5 million shares. I just want to confirm that it is not China. I wish it were, but I don't think it is. So let me just take a look at the my IPO calendar. Yeah, so that are Newport Beach. Well, this is what they do, guys. Look at this. Look at all the things they do. Wow. Okay. But so far being met with a bit of a thud. So shot, shot, shot. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to well, because of the shot, I lost sight of the SYM, but SYM is making that little move on 50 that I might happen. Well, I have an alert set for MRAI. I don't know if it take it out later on, but man, MNSO. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I sort of discounted this one. No, David, not no, not true. Some of my filters are up to 100. I mean, the thing is that most of the things though that are moving are not going to be $100 stocks. That's all. Okay, guys. So the shot. Now, hopefully everybody was watching, did not have any sort of a break at all from sitting down and watching this on your monitor. No bathroom breaks allowed, guys. Seriously. Which one is that, David or David? Which one is that? The nice setup on Andy's. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Man, look at SYM. I mean, listen, that's okay. I mean, I was so wrapped up in the shot, but look at the SYM now, guys. I just mentioned it right. It was, I think, 50.03 or so, 50, maybe 50.20. Thinking, you know what? Looks like that 50 was holding. And there's the high right now at 52.03, not that far away. And of course, it still had room or has room. 54.70. I'm not saying it's getting to 54.70. Oh, I've been knowing about SYM all day. Yeah, David. Yeah. It showed up in the pre-market scanner. Okay, you know what's happening? You know what's having a bit of a move now is that METC, METC, bit of a move out of all this. But you know what? Unless they start coming up with more news about this phenomenal discovery, I don't see getting that interested in it. Well, that MRAI got ugly, really ugly. Wave D won a couple of races from Andy Scan. Okay, let's take a look at Wave D, WAVD. It's a weird looking chart. Man, very low volume too. I'm surprised you would have this very low volume. CDIO. Let's take a look at CDIO. Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, low float had the big day yesterday, so it's over the VWAP. So it got up to 241 yesterday. When you look left, the next high was 239. So basically to that high, looking left after that is 270. So yeah, it's got some room, I suppose. I'll stick an alert at 239 and see if it takes it out later. Oh, boy, that was a nice move on 50 for the SYM. Well, you see how easy it is? All you have to do is stick a price alert and then it'll happen. So there's the CDIO guys now at basically yesterday's high. And look at the volume coming in. Okay, watch this right now, guys. The CDIO, it's at yesterday's high, 241. It's right at, well, almost at yesterday's high. This room? What do you mean by that, Wiggle Boss? Oh, does it have room to move? If that's what you mean. Well, again, look left, it got up to, I think, what did I say, 239, 270. So if it can take this 239 out a little more with some oomph, then it does have some room to 270 on the weekly chart. Let's back this out just a little bit more so we can see it more clearly. But you can see, it got a little bit above yesterday's high, but not much. Now it's pulled back. So what I'm going to do is, again, just reset my alert at 240 and see if it happens later. This was a pretty choppy one yesterday, as I recall, though. After hours, it did get up to 250 yesterday, but I mean, it pulled right back down, though. Yeah, so it's struggling to clear it right now, anyway. Amazing. We've got two Mariuses in. All right, guys. I am continuing to look. Look at this ABVC. Remember how exciting this was early, and now just fizzling out. I know it's you from the other room. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, maybe. Nah, I don't know. It's only up 3% now. Had some FDA patent approved. After US patent for its ADHD. You too, JLC. In terms of a wonderful US Thanksgiving for all the US people who make up the majority, of course, in the rooms. Right now, I'm out of everything. Shot was a crazy one, but I'm out of everything. There's where well, we saw a shot earlier, of course, but my 10-day daily breakout at 1016. So that's the first time I saw it in this scan. This is a scan I love. Okay, the breakouts or the breakdowns. Said this many times. If I could only have two scans, this is it. I do look at the abnormal option activity and the breakouts and downs. That's it. I was looking at taking a short on KISS earlier. Didn't do it. KSS. I was looking to go long AEO and it just stopped. And the one that I missed, but I can't beat myself too much on it because the shot required 100% devotion, but was the SYM on that 50 break. the Argentinian stocks doing in general? ARGT, that is the country ETF. After yesterday's big, yeah, so most of them are probably. I might have to put an alert down here at 4604. This is the country ETF for Argentina. Virtually all the stocks looked like this yesterday in Argentina after the election. Yeah, somebody mentioned that my Best Buy having a rebound, I guess. Yeah, look at that big bottoming tail. Gosh, next high looking left, so it has a little bit of room still. About a dollar to the next high looking left. Huge. This is huge, guys. HUGE. What is this one doing? Through the it's got some room. Sort of. Next high looking left is 168. I mean, if you told me it was going to get up to 168 from 142, of course, but no, I just don't know what's going to do that. Canadian company, let's say some news. Approved plan of arrangement with Sully Nutrition Core. Okay. Yeah, I love how that people say I mentioned a stock 6 months ago. Hey, your whatever XYZ is moving. So, Wigglevoss, are you talking about the volume in shares in 1 minute? When you're talking about a volume burst? Yeah, I mean, we have a filter for it, but not. Let me just see. I've never used this filter, but let me just see something, okay? Or this alert. Let me just see something here. So the 1 minute volume spike ratio. Now I have never used this. We can have a filter that would show you stocks that would move a lot in like whatever minimum volume you want. But unfortunately, it's a filter. So you'd have to couple it with a with an alert, maybe a new high of the day. Well, okay, but for instance, if you said, but it might you might want a like a minimum volume, right? So if you said, show me stocks that are trading, 20 million share or whatever the number is, 100,000 shares volume in the first minute. It's not going to wait for the minute to close. The filter would work. Okay, it's not waiting for the filter to close or for the 1 minute to close, if that makes sense. But it's a filter. So you could filter for stocks that are trading, 100,000 shares in the first minute. And if that happens in the first 20 seconds, so be it. But it's a filter, not an alert. I don't know this 1 minute volume spike. I'm going to bring this up. It's I'm trying to get the help screen, but I don't know where it went. Oh, there we go. Mm. Yes, you'd have to read through this. I mean, it may not, what would be nice if in here you could put a minimum volume, but I don't but you can't. It's a ratio of some sort. Well, wait a minute. You can set the minimum amount of volume required to set off this alert as described below. So it looks like, I mean, you could put a minimum volume. Now, the problem is, of course, is that what are you going to use? I've never used this. Okay, I've never actually used the minimum because I've always just used the alert version, or sorry, the filter version. You know, the volume, the last minute is 1,000% of normal. Typically, what happens is, if that's the case, if you're going to see a big move. So look at the CDIO, guys. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It just basically got stalled at the high of the day. I mean, I got a couple of pennies above it, but it got stalled right there and it's pulled back. So Urban, okay, URBN. Let's take a look at URBN. I don't think it's an earnings play, is it? It is an earnings play, November 21st. Oh, no. So Urban releases after hours today. So Shady is short this one and it triggered. So he is in at 35.76 with a 35.92 stop. Is Macy's finally I keep looking at AEO thinking it may bounce, but so far no. Yeah, there. Like how far are we going to go though? I mean, 1485 is the next high looking left. I just don't see a huge bounce for Macy's. I mean, if you got it down here, great, but I don't see it moving that much more. All right, guys. In about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Do they really? Let me see if it's showing up in Interactive Brokers. You see, the kiss bounce is sort of what I was thinking AEO might do, but not even close. just a couple of retailers. Now, Kiss is, well, we don't have them in Canada, but they're it's mainly clothes, right? In, Kohl's, or am I wrong? Or is that a shopping, well, you know what? Yeah, okay, so it's not a grocery store chain, it's more apparel, etcetera. J.C. Penney. Ah, yes. Okay, SGD, I think it's hanging around the VWAP, isn't it? SGD, hanging around the VWAP? Yeah, 427, so it's above the VWAP, okay? Pretty choppy though, it's hard to, again, the float is, I believe it's 3,000,000. When I check that other website, I think it's 3,000,000 for SGD. No, Stan, I don't. Not anymore. Went back to my roots in real-time alerts. Nothing wrong with the races. I sort of liked them for a while, but then I started, I still had alert windows running in addition to the races. And, it's just one of those things. I kept sort of going back to real-time alerts rather than the races. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, SGD is putting in a nice little move now. 515 is the high of today. I will put an alert there later on in the day if it takes it out. You still have a ton of room looking left. Sort of getting back in this sort of a market again, even though we've had actually more earnings plays than I thought. But these crazy low floaters that sort of rest for several hours, and then in the afternoon they can start moving again. And if they take out the high of the day, they can really start to move because it's going to hit a lot of scanners. Well, it's going to hit on our scanners anyway. So I have BBY again, real. Our values are probably going to be different, but I have BBY at around 64.30 on the 5 minute LRC pre-market though. Now I see that for me, it looks like it's approaching the upper end. And let's take a look at ZM. Yeah, same sort of thing. $63 looks like for me anyway. Could have been a trigger for ZM. Nice move. So the float on SGD is around 3,000,000, Steven, okay? Went to another website, and that's what, yeah, 3,000,000, yeah, 3,000,000. Let's see how close I am to what I had. 62.92. Yeah, so I didn't get 62.92. I had more like 63.50 for BBY. Still a good bounce. Ah, okay, so there's a bottoming tail, yeah, so they broke down through that, the channel at 62.92. I can see that. That was at 9:30, and then it came up. Well, one day if I can pay, I wish we had LRCs that we can draw on our charts. I've asked. All right, HIBB earnings play, big gap up, pull back, coming into that 10 SMA and the 8 EMA. It's HIBB. It is an earnings play, still up for the day. Big. It's up 12% for the day. Very low float. Wow, look at that float. 12 million in the float for a $60 stock. Super low. Well, I think Grumpy, I think somebody said that they have a 20%, well, right ahead, a 20% ownership stake. Just William is just you must have read that. Oh, you mean like why? Okay, I don't know. I mean, Adaventa. Look at the market, guys. A little bit of a pop here now in the market. Still down for the day. Not a lot, but we're down for the day. Boy, look at this Golden Ocean Group. I know I mentioned this back here. It's an earnings play. Had a nice pop in the pre-market, and it's one of the stocks that actually held that pop in the pre-market and just kept basically moving higher and higher, as opposed to really being super volatile. But it's coming into maybe some resistance at 884. That's the next high looking left on. If I back this out, if I zoomed out it on the daily chart, I would see that high up here, but it's also the high of the week back in May. So that could stall it. Yeah, I'm still watching this shot, guys. I don't think it's over. That doesn't mean buy it now or anything like that, but yeah, it would not surprise me if they do a financing as long as they do it after market hours, either pre-market or after hours, fine. Just not during market hours. Well, they've been predicting a gloomy Black Friday and holiday season or holiday shopping season. They've been predicting that for quite a while now, but there's the shot guy shooting here. Wow, but how will you trade this? I mean, what'd you do? Did you short it first and now you're back in it? I mean, I don't know how to trade this. Now look at the AU. Wow, look at the AUPH now, guys. Remember it was close to 10 earlier. Look at this. I mean, look at it. Look at AUPH right now. It's actually gone negative. So jump to mid, takeover speculation. And this is what we're talking about. Say Gilead could be about to acquire the company. Why it's so dangerous, to you got to be around the whole day. If you're in this one, you cannot wander away because they could come out, the company itself could come out and say that's just idle speculation because it's just absolutely dumping. Yeah, we went back on the weekly chart or the monthly chart, and this was somebody said this was Bristol Myers back here. Cannot believe it's that long ago. It's 2 years ago, over a little over 2 years ago, that the rumors first started with AUPH. To me, it just seems like yesterday. But anyway, I guess somebody said this was a Bristol BMY rumor back in these days. Okay, guys, I better put my announcement in. Michael is going to show up pretty soon here. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern. Oops, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And this is the YouTube link. You want to head over and listen to Michael for his 1 hour. In fact, there you are, Michael. Just give me a moment, okay? I just got to shut down or put myself on mute in the other room.
Okay, then.
Okay, guys. So Michael's there now. I just put the YouTube link in. Okay, so Michael will be there until 1 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And one last thing to do, Michael, just let me get rid of my music so I can hear you.
Sure.
There we go. All right.
You see this?
So, okay, so
Yes.
actually, Turtle Trader Scan, yeah, Willie asked that question yesterday. I know, Chris, you probably know a little bit about it, don't you?
The turtle traders, yeah, it's just a breakout. Look for stuff at a high of 20-day range.
Do you have a scan for that?
I think there's definitely a Market Explorer scan
Yeah, that's
too
what I mean.
that I built. I just wonder if I have a top list. Yeah, but basically they just bought high of, depends on who you listen to, but high of like a 55-day range.
55-day. Why that number?
I think it was just easy to calculate. Like these guys were doing this in the 70s. So it's kind of like how the 200-day moving average got popular.
Right.
There's 252 trading days in the year. But back when you had to do it by hand, it was way easy to do 200. Same reason the 10-period moving average is popular. Just easy to calculate a 10-period moving average by hand.
Okay.
So yeah. But yeah, so if you go to your Market Explorer, and I can actually just share this with Willie, and go select strategy and then pattern recognition, we have one called Type Base, and this one's going to be pretty close to what it is that you're after, because you can sort by how high it up it is in that range. And then if you're trying to trade like the turtles, you're basically just looking for base breakouts. Is essentially was their entire strategy. Then after that, you would use some sort of trailing stop based off of like I think a 20 period high or something like that. But yeah, so not exactly, but close enough. And depending on who you talk to, everyone's got their own version of. I think only one of them still uses the original. And before you go, Barry, you see my screen?
Yes. I had it up just for a second. Yes, I see Sting there, SDNG.
You see the heat map we now have in the downloaded version?
Oh, in the download version.
Yeah.
No.
So
Where's
give that a
that?
shot. That just came out in the dev thing. I think
Okay, well, I
when
actually
hit the
loaded the
general.
dev this morning because
Yeah, so all you do is you bring up a top list, and if you right click on a top list, it will say show tree map at the top, and then it'll bring up the
cool.
tree map.
Yeah.
I really
Nice.
like it. I think it's
Nice,
a way
nice.
yeah, much prettier, much simpler visual way to look at things.
No, I completely agree. And then of course it's customizable to your top list.
Yep, exactly.
Perfect. Thank you for pointing that out. I did not know that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. I'll be back. And can you go for the full hour, or do you have to take
yeah.
off earlier?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, talk to you then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So if you're new here, give the same kind of rant. We give Barry some much needed time off, takes a break, drinks 24 to 48 beers, and then comes back in an hour. So for the next hour, if you've got any questions about trade ideas, certainly shoot them in the chat. We don't have anything prepared for these lunch times because we want to make sure we have everything open to answer whatever questions you guys may have. And I've been flat at it all day, so I haven't had a chance to really look at the market. So if there are no questions, or while I wait for questions, you're going to see me start to take a look at the markets today. I just haven't even had a chance to look. I do most of my trading on the close anyway. I think we're still doing nothing based off of what I was seeing on Twitter and all of that. Yeah, so this is a very do nothing day. We are just inside yesterday's kind of giant range. Don't know if I would really bet that we're going to break that one way or the other. We've got what today, and then tomorrow's the day before Thanksgiving, and then the markets close, and then it's a half day. So I just wouldn't, it's not the day. If you find some, you low float penny stock traders, probably find something moving, because there's something moving like that every day for us more, trading the bigger stuff. I'm just looking at this candle and saying, well, I'm not going to expect a whole lot going on, but can anyone get the dev version? No. So the dev version we just call is basically like the for anyone who's like a software or even a video game guy, is like the alpha version. So what we do is we release these versions, and you'll see the guys internally start to bang away on them. And we're basically just trying to see if there's any like catastrophic errors, right? So we give them internally, and then we're encouraged to play with the new features and see if anything breaks. And then within a period of time, usually a couple weeks or so, it will make its way to the beta version on the website. So to make sure you have the beta version, make sure you open up your menu bar here and you go tools and options, and then under connection, no, under, where is it? General? Is it general? Upgrade. So yeah, under upgrade, there is show me production releases or all releases. So if you have all releases ticked, then you'll basically open it up one day, and if there's a new beta version, it'll say, hey, do you want to try the beta version? So basically these things just haven't been tested enough. Like if you see the whole system just implode, it's because we literally just released this today to the people internally. So they're going to bang around on it, and then hopefully, if it goes well, then it'll get to you quickly. So basically, how quickly it gets to you is whether or not we find like a kind of catastrophic error in it, right? The scans are an estimate of what type of stocks trade by the Turtle Trader system. Yeah, so if you want to chart to the Turtle Trader system, just open up your indicator manager, right? You can either do it by clicking this little button up here, or you can just right click and hit indicators, and then you can go into Donchian channels. So this was the entire concept behind, let's just do a, I don't know, 40-day, 2 months. This is the entire concept behind the turtle trading system. The Donchian channels are basically just saying what is the high over X period of time, and then what is the low over X period of time. So I put in 40 periods. If you want to be a little more sensitive, you lower the number. And then what I did when I built this tight base scan is it's looking for these channels that are actually starting to shrink in range. I think I used either 10 or 20. I think I used 10. So what it does is it finds things that are putting in a tight base based off these Donchian channels, and then all the turtle trader guys would do is wait for a break and a close outside of the base, again for whatever time frame you want, and then a trail it based off the close below. So Tiger got really tight in through here. So based off the turtle traders, you probably would have bought on this bar right here, and then probably stopped out right here. So it's right. The point you got to remember, if you've read the book, you already know this, but for the audiences of the Turtle Trader system, was to come up with something just so incredibly basic they could teach it to anybody, and then make it profitable over time. So kind of what they settled on was, hey, if the stock is breaking out, buy it, and if it's breaking down, short it, and go from there. Now, important to note, the turtle trading system was never designed to and was never used on stocks. It was commodities, right? So Richard Dennis was a famous commodity trader. So gold and oil and natural gas and that type of thing, right? Um, uh, what's his name? Jerry Parker is kind of the last remaining turtle trader, and he does incorporate stocks inside of his security or inside of his trend following system as part of it. So he still trades the currencies, the commodities, the futures, but then on top of that, he also includes equities, right? So can you detail your trade a little more, or detail your question a little more, Marcus? I don't understand it. You don't need the caps either. Just kind of write out what scan you're trying to do. Is there a filter alert for stocks crossing numbers like 10, 20? Not those specific, but what you can do, if you configure any scan, we have the decimal. Oh, maybe that's only in alert windows. 1 second. Decimals, right? So, for example, if you're looking for stuff at a whole number, you can add this filter in and basically say, I want stuff that's like, um, say 97 to 99. And that will find any dollar amount, but the decimal amount will be right 97 to 99. So that'd be things coming up to a whole number, and vice versa. If your things think of something coming down to a whole number, you could just put 0 and say 5, right? Then everything that's showing up in the scan will be between 0 and 5 cents. So what I will say is the top stocks like this, a thing is not for historical research. It's for if your scan excluded, if you think a ticker should have made your scan and it didn't, you can use it for that. But what it's not meant to do, and please don't use it as, is looking at all of those numbers, because if you're doing that, I suggest you stop and go Google a video on curve fitting and really make sure that you're hammering that out, right? Because what you're doing then is you're just looking at a crap ton of numbers and hoping something matches, and that's just a giant waste of time, and B, it's just going to drive you nuts. Um, how are these earnings? I don't know. I don't pay any attention to earnings in any way, shape, or form, and I think you know that. I'm a purely technical guy. Um, the earnings were what they were, and the stocks moved what they did, and now I'm interested in the price action behind that. Um, Personally, for my trading style, I could not care less about earnings or fundamentals in any way, shape, or form. Why is trailing stop up alert at the top of the page? Doesn't matter. It's just what's at the top of the page is just sorting. Um, right? Like it's just a sort. There you go, stocks. Yeah, got it. Stocks. Oops. Like this, trade ideas. It doesn't matter the sort. It's as irrelevant as anything else on planet Earth, right? The important thing is, did this exclude your scan? Right? It just doesn't. Right? These are all the things that fit. These are all the alerts that fit at the time, during that period of time. But again, it will just sort that by whatever is in the system, right? Sort, it doesn't matter. It's just the list. These are all the things that it did in the first 5 minutes, right? It made new high, new low, cross below the open, cross below the close, right? Just, I think it just sorts by whichever ones were added to the system first 13 years ago. So it's just irrelevant. So silver and gold doing phenomenally. Just looking at here on this little top list. Yeah, silver doing great. Just gap up. But even the stuff that's moving, it kind of gap to get that way and is now just chilling. Healthcare is moving a little bit, so that's interesting. ARC, of course, is down. Those shit stocks continue to be crap stocks. But really, just the SPY not doing a single thing, uh, to be expected, but not ideal. So, if you're someone like myself who's kind of a swing trader, I just don't think this is the time to. It isn't the time to swing for the fences, right? It's time to chill out a little bit. Not only do we have an inside day, we have a doji. And anyone who follows candlestick patterns, just doji is just indicative indecision. which just means the fight. Yeah, that had alert had count. So again, the order of these is completely irrelevant. So don't waste too much mental energy on those, right? Market Explorer is not in the web version yet. That's something that's planning on being added. The idea is that we're going to slowly start to combine these the two systems, right? As we build something out for the downloaded version, there's two separate teams, right? So as we build something out for the downloaded version, we'll also build that out for the web version. And if we have something on the web version that we don't have in the downloaded version, we're moving those kind of back and forth. So soon, it creates a little bit more now that we have these two versions. Creates a little bit more work from the dev point of view because they have to start working to see if these things are at all synced, which is doable. It just takes time. Yeah, so what's even happening like on an intraday basis? Just zoom into like a, I don't know, 5-minute chart. Yeah, nothing. So we've come back up into the opening range. That could be problematic. Oh, see, we're already reversing off that. I wouldn't be shocked if we make this big sell in the morning and then we rally back up to retrace it and I don't know, reverse from here, just end up somewhere in the middle of the range. These are definitely the times that if you have other trading related work to do, definitely don't push too hard. Which is something I see sadly a lot of traders do is they feel like they need to participate in every market environment. Um, yeah. So now that we're up into this resistance and we're doing that at noon, wouldn't surprise me if we just kind of chop around this area. Right? Just, time of day, where the resistance is, time of week, and also just the Yankee Doodle. The Yankee Doodle holiday got going on there. So this is just something that we're testing right now, the heat map. It should be out soon to the general public. It's not going to be out yet. It's just something we're testing internally first. Make sure it doesn't break anything. So far, seems fine. It's not lagging charts. Charts are nice and fast still. So I'm encouraged, but we obviously want to make sure we beat it around internally before it launches. Just such a better way to digest information. So one thing I use a top list for often is this is just my my sector watch list, right? So just all of the ETFs that I watch. Yeah, so we're just testing them. We try to test them. So I'm testing it on stream now just to see if, the streaming software interferes with anything. We try to test under any circumstance that we can believe that it would cause any kind of problem. And then if nothing breaks in a short period of time, then we'll kind of pass that down to you. And it's the same idea as the web version right here, right? So this is the same idea. So we have this sector scope. So if you really like this look and you're okay with using the web version instead of a downloaded version, which a lot of people prefer, then you just go and log into the web version. A little bit of pullback in uranium today. I need to look at that. I am very long a lot of uranium stocks from in here, and then again in this kind of area. So a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of an ugly candle so far. Lots of time left in the day, of course. Do you have alerts for the Market Explorer? No, the Market Explorer is works more like a top list where these are all the symbols that are interesting. And then, for example, what we were talking about with the base break scan right here. What I would suggest if you like something that you see here, then just grab a price alert, right? So Tiger Holdings is interesting. It's a nice looking chart, very strong. It's just been pulling back, consolidating. This $5 mark looks interesting. So as opposed to needing an alert window to tell me that, I'm just going to right click. And if it breaks 5, now the system will tell me. Right, so this is how I actually do most of my trading. I have my price alerts here. And I just kind of wait for these things to hit, right? So Blink, I may remove this, but Blink, I was interested because it was holding the anchored VWAP from right before the earnings date. It still kind of is. It might be too early to give up on it, but I want to see it kind of back over 4 in a major way. AI was interesting, and then that news came out, so I'm just going to delete that and delete this, which was another AI type play. So yeah, so if you like something, then I would just set the Wolf is another one that I'm watching. If this can get over $4 a share, this 13% short float on Wolf is interesting. I know TI Strength is available to all subscribers, right? And the main way to get it is just go to the channel bar. So if you hit new and then you open up a new channel bar, you can see the TI Swing Picks or TI Strength right here. And then these are just the names. And then down below, this is the one that will update every 30 seconds or so. It's a very big calculation. So sometimes it takes a little bit more than 30 seconds to update, depending on what's going on. This BRBR, I'm in this one, just full disclosure, from right in here. And then I bought a little bit more right in here. And sometimes it's the stuff that you don't think will really be awesome that end up just being awesome trades. Like they make provision of ready to drink protein shakes. So, right, who would have thought a little protein shake maker would be so good? Like 15-20% on that particular trade. As a swing trader, what's my average hold time? So that's going to be obviously wildly different depending on whether it's a winning or a losing position, right? My winners I can be in for weeks or months. My losers, I'm sometimes out the day of or the next day. I would say average, I'm probably holding for in the area of 5 days to 2 weeks for a good trade. But again, a bad trade, I could be out that day or the next day. I like to buy, like, so we could use this BRBR, for example. Make that a tree map too. Boom. Um, right. So I bought my initial one, I remember, on this candle right here, because this was a very strong engulfing candle. Gap down on the open, closed right against the. So I bought right here, and my stop was just at the low of that candle. So if that happened the next day, if we went and we broke the low of that candle, then I'm going to get out. Now, I remember I trailed or I sold some around, I believe around here, a little bit before 45, just because it was a great move. But then I'm just trailing the rest. So hopefully I can be in these things for a while. Like, I think I've mentioned this to you guys before, but like this Elf beauty supply was my one of my best trades of the year. I'd love to say I got involved near the bottom and sold near the top. But it hit TI strength somewhere in this area right here. And I was in this one until around here. And I think that ended up being like over a month. And it's just because it continued to kind of march in my direction. It didn't give me a reason. It didn't give me a reason to get out. So I stuck with it. Um, so I really let price action dictate how quickly I'm in stuff and how quickly I'm out of stuff, because sometimes you just get a big move and there's just nothing to do, right? So UEC was another example. Again, I've been big on the uranium plays for a while now. First kind of in through here, and then I bought a little bit above 6. Now, if this ends up coming back and closing below 6, I'll probably get out, and that could just be 3-4 days. But if it continues to go and uranium continues to be strong, well, I'm gonna hold it for as long as I can. Right, that's really the thing that separates. If you are you got to look at, okay, what's the advantage of swing trading? Well, one, for me anyway, it is emotionally much easier than day trading, right? I'm not looking at each tick, and I'm not chasing something that's running crazy, and I'm not. Some people are really good at that, not so much here. So emotionally, it's much easier because after the close of every day, I do all my scanning, I set all my alerts. It's much more relaxing. Uh, B, it gives you more time in your life back, because if you're truly day trading professionally, you have to sit in front of the computer a lot, and then um, you know, you're working a very stressful job, right? At that point, and then lastly, you have this end you have this end time, right? um where it's like, okay, I'm a day trader, I have to get out at 4. Where So the main advantage of swing trading is you don't have that time crunch. If the stock's working for you, you can just hold it for days or weeks or months, or hey, if it's just going nuts, even years. Like, if which I didn't, but if I had just kept, if we look at like Elf on a weekly chart, right? And again, I got involved somewhere in here. If I had just kept like 100 shares or so of Elf, then that would have been probably an extra $10,000 or so, doing absolutely nothing, just letting the thing rock, right? So you can, and that would have been like a year. So you can hold those things for incredibly long periods of time if they work. But then if they don't work, get out right away. Speaking of Elf, I actually kind of like the look of it over this area right here. Right. So, um, yeah, time kind of, I guess, removes meaning when you're swing trading. It's very important when you're day trading because you have that clock. But if you're swing trading, it just doesn't matter as much. Um, you have mentioned finding stocks in bear market. is it also true the other way around that weak stocks and bull markets just short and bear markets? Yeah. So, I look for relatively strong stocks as the market's pulling back. And I don't think there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking relatively weak stocks and looking for, if you think, for example, if we look at the SPY here, if you think, for example, which, I think is a rational argument um, that we may be a little bit overdone, right? We've moved from 410 up to 450 pretty much in a straight line. So if you're kind of the mind of, hey, we gotta pull back a little bit here, that is probably exactly what I would say is the best idea would be to find stocks that could not bounce um in this bull market, right? Like if your stock didn't participate when the market did this, then it's probably a real crap stock, right? So, for example, if you just brought up AMC or GME or any meme stock, AMC is hitting new all-time lows. There's nobody in the world who's holding AMC who's making money. Everybody's losing money, right? So, and the market just did that massive pop, and AMC hits all-time lows. This is just a relatively like awful stock. So, and it's not even right. It's not heavily shorted. They've diluted it so much that there's only 10% short. So there's not even a chance of an epic short squeeze in this. There could be a small short squeeze. So yeah, when the whole market's ripping and this stock's tanking, then yeah, if you're interested in shorting a name, then I would pick an AMC over going to something like Microsoft that just hit new all-time highs. So this is kind of the complete opposite. Yesterday was new all-time highs of Microsoft. I would rather short the weakness than to buy than to short into strength. That's just, again, me personally. SPY could be breaking highs here. Move that line's pretty aggressively thick. Let's thin that out a bit. Yeah. So no, it's relative strength works, relative weakness works. These are one of the things that you can definitely find kind of academic studies behind it. And remember, the whole stocks go up all the time. That's complete horse crap, right? There's one study that I actually read last week that looked at 65,000 stocks throughout the last like 40 years and found, I think it was 50%, 57% of all stocks underperformed treasury bills. So underperformed just buying and holding T-bills. Just showing that, yeah, most stocks don't go up. Most stocks barely get by. Most companies go bankrupt over time. So that's why, again, you want to focus on the relatively strong names. And if you are interested in shorting, focus on the relatively weak names. Now, what I will the caveat has to be very careful with shorting stocks on a swing time frame. Just, kind of goes without saying. But stocks can only go down 100%. So, if you buy something like an AMC, it can only go down, what you paid. If you short an AMC, in theory, it can over double, right? So just make sure you're understanding that, right? Trend trading makes sense over time as the market has an upward drift, therefore a drift. Yeah, well, that's so the only reason that technical analysis and trading works is that markets trend more than they should if the market was random, right? This is another, again, the thing that we can point to academically. There's not like many things in trading that we know for certain, right? That there's been a whole bunch of white papers and exhaustive studies done. And one of those is that trends persist. So, if a stock is going to go up, that trend is going to persist often, more often than not, longer than it would if the market was random. And that's what we're trying to do as traders, not to get super nerdy, but we can go to our, if anyone remembers, this is the bell curve we all learned in high school. And this is what happens if things are random, right? They fall, a coin flip, for example. If you chart out a coin flip, it will fall along this curve. Now, stocks, they look more like this, where the tails of stocks are fatter. So what we're trying to do as traders, we're trying to ignore all this stuff that's just working and moving as randomly and trying to capture some of these, what they call fat tails to either side. So for example, ELF, which I was just talking about, we'll just hammer on the same examples because they're in my mind. But ELF, this is a fat tail long, right? This thing has just been rocketing here and just going crazy. So this is there's nothing random about this stock. This is some sort of fundamental story which is able to go through. And the same with the downside, right? So AMC on the downside, I usually use Bed Bath & Beyond, but I can't bring that one up anymore because it's gone forever. But right, this is a trend to the downside. And the only thing we know for sure is these trends have a higher probability to continue in their direction than they do to reverse on the dime. And that's, again, why guys like the turtle traders, just to bring it full circle to kind of what we started with, that's why they ended up doing well. It's not that they had a great or magic system. I believe the turtle trader system had like a 30% win rate, if that. But because it was buy on a breakout and use only a trailing stop to get out, what happened is every now and then, even just a couple times a year, they would get like this monster winner. And again, they were trading not stocks, they were trading commodities. But, say, here's a good commodity. Say, for example, at any time during this UNG downtrend, you took a short position and you just are trailing the stop behind it, you're still in it. And this thing's from $20 down to $6. So these trends just kind of persist over time. Again, not all of them, but that's basically what we're trying to do as traders. Even Barry and you guys that are kind of more the short-term degen day trader guys, right? You're doing the same thing. You're looking for trends to persist, and you're just doing it on a shorter term time frame. Like there's no, that's what we're all looking for. Now, there is, again, obviously, there is revision to the mean strategies and there is revision to the mean traders, and they do work. I think it's a way harder game, to be honest, knowing what we know, what I've just explained to you, that markets trend over time. I think a harder game for traders for sure is to say, well, I'm going to be the guy to pick the top or I'm going to be the guy to pick the bottom, right? So, which is why when I look at this kind of chart, when I was just talking about the SPY here, we had this like wild move yesterday, and now we're pretty much smack dab in the middle of that move, and I don't really see a trend. If anything, you could say, right, this is a bounce in a downtrend. But for someone who day trades periodically, and I normally just do like futures or the indices or something, I just look at this and say, well, if anything, maybe I would take a short up here and see if we pull back and make a new low of the day or something, but nothing crazy. Yesterday was a good day, right? Because we had this nice uptrend, we pulled back. I got actually involved, I think on a new high here, and that was a good trade for a day. But yeah, there's nothing really, not seeing anything. The strength on Sunday, there's an entry price. Yes, you should use the entry price for the entry. Now, again, I mentioned this, I believe, to you on Twitter. I can look it up. I think we had a little discourse on Twitter about the same thing. But yeah, you need, right? No trader has ever gotten rich or successful by blindly following an algorithm. So obviously make sure that you do your own technical analysis and your own research, and you take a look at it, you're like, yes, this is something that makes sense to me, and it's what I want to buy, and the price makes sense as well, and then take the trade. But for me, I use TI Strength knowing that the names in here have some uh, mathematical significance, right? Buying these things is going to be interesting to me, and then I use basic support and resistance on top of that, right? I'm not just going to let a system um, do all the work for me, because uh, you'll just get the results of the system, which for TI Strength isn't horrible, but it has days or weeks where it doesn't do a whole lot, months even. Uh, and I want to make sure that I understand everything that I trade. Um, right. So, for example, this one, this AGI, which is top on the list right now, I'm actually watching. But what I want to see is I want to see a close over these recent highs right here. You can see it's fighting those now. It got above them and now it's pulling back a bit. I want to see a close over that area. So that's my analysis on this. And then, I don't know where the algorithm would put a stop, but for me, if we retrace this big, 5.5% bar, that's where I would get out. Right. So take an algorithm, and on top of the algorithm, apply, common sense, technical analysis, fundamental analysis. Maybe you don't, um, uh, maybe you don't like a company for a fundamental reason, but the algorithm suggests it. Well, if you don't like it, you shouldn't trade it. Shot. Yeah, see, that's not an uptrend. That's just that must be one of those low float. Yeah, 20 million shares in the float. It's done 28 million shares today. So this, I don't look at this as a trend. Now, I think the same tenets hold, that if I wouldn't hold this thing, because you guarantee this is going to be one of those companies that's going to do an offering soon and slam the stock back down, just because it's being kind of traded by day traders, not by kind of long-term stuff. But same thing, if I was day trading the stock, I'm certainly not going to be shorting it, right? I'd be looking for, $5 would have been an interesting number, maybe $6 if it chills out here. But this isn't a healthy, sustained trend, right? You don't want trends that really look like that. You want trends that more look like this. Because trends that look like this, it generally at some point look like that, right? And pick a meme stock, right? Every time AMC looks like that, it looks like that, right? And what HKD I think is another one to look at. Is that still a company? Yeah. Right. This thing went literally, this isn't like a reverse split or something. Went from 0 to like 2K and then back down. So I'm not saying, like, I wouldn't trade that as a trend. It's a spike. There's a bunch of momentum traders having fun, which, as long as you got your entry rules and you got your stop loss, and that personally isn't something that I would hold overnight. Because again, at some point, the company is going to say, we are worth 5 or 6 times as much as we were like a week ago. Let's raise some money at these prices, considering they only have $6 million worth of cash. 6 times. So $174 million in this company has changed hands today, and the company only has $6 million. So I look at this and I say, okay, well, and they lose money, right? So this company's not making any money, doesn't have a lot of money. So at some point, again, if the CEO doesn't do an offering here, then he should probably go to jail. Because when are you ever going to raise cash for, I have no idea what this company does, but when are you ever going to raise cash? If not after a 700% move in a couple days, right? So that's why these are good day trading stocks. I wouldn't say these are good swing trading stocks. Obviously, they can be, right? If you're swing trading this from two, you're a happy camper, but they're just incredibly risky because whenever I hate to kind of use the word Ponzi, but a lot of these they represent or they're kind of similar to Ponzi type things where the only reason this is going up is there are other momentum traders buying this thing and pushing it up. And then everyone who's shorting this thing on an intraday basis is getting killed. So at some point, and again, you can just see this because anytime more than the float trades hands, right? There's only 20 million shares in the float, and there's like 30 million shares traded today. Then okay, at some point, if the day traders just say it's enough and walk away, then it's going to come crashing back down. So you just have to have your plan and not get too greedy. Which again, this is something that Barry does very well that I didn't at all when I tried it. Right? He will completely forget about this name in a week. Right? If you ask him next week, oh, what was that stock that went crazy last week? He's got no idea because he's focused on whatever stock is going crazy right now. Right? And swing traders aren't gonna. Right? No large institution is gonna touch this thing, long or short. It's just the whole company is worth like 100 million or what? Right here, $200 million. So if any hedge fund were to trade this thing, they would just be trading the entire float, right? So yeah, again, these are great day trades. I wouldn't classify this as a sustained trend. SPY looking kind of strong here. My daily chart's not. See, like this might be a bug, right? From we were talking about how I've got this new version. We don't want to give it to you guys yet. It's not because we're greedy. It's because there may be bugs, right? So my SPY daily chart doesn't seem to be updating. So that's something obviously we just report to the dev guys and they go look and they finish up. So various examples, someone who's naturally disciplined in this process. Yeah. So, right. One of the reasons I don't day trade and I don't trade like Barry is because I don't have that. I don't have Barry's focus, nor his discipline. Right. And if you are someone who wants to scalp these crazy movers, you need to both have incredible focus and incredible discipline and not be someone who's like really concerned with minutia of things, right? Because what you're looking for is to trade a lot based off of feel, right? It's easy to find, and we have tons of scans on both the web and the downloaded version just to find the thing that's moving up the most, right? That's something that we do an amazing job at, right? If we go to change from the open, you could just watch if you're just looking for stuff like this, you could just watch this stuff and see, right? There's shot and there's that SDG thing, right? You can see that these are all right here. And they're just there and they're fine. So that's the easiest thing, right? Finding them is the easy part. It is trading them, which is the difficult part, right? So if you're not someone who's like very, very disciplined and you're not someone who is super concerned with like minutia details on things, then those kind of trades are for you. If you're someone who needs to know like every detail about a scan or a stock or right, you're really someone who gets into the nitty gritty of things. You're not going to do well in a name like Shot just because you're not going to have the time, right? You have to have your setup in your head, exactly what you're looking for. You need to have the discipline to get in the moment that occurs, and you need, more importantly, the discipline to get out the moment it goes against you. And everything else is kind of just extra, right? Do I use hotkeys in trading? No. I just use Brokerage Plus, and I just enter. Again, I'm a swing trader. I have all the time in the world to enter my trades. Again, just so a swing trader would be the opposite of someone I just described. If you're like super hardcore, you need to know how like everything works and everything about a company and all this kind of stuff, then you're probably more suited to swing trading because you have the time to do that research, whereas day trading, you just don't. The 250 times 200, best thing to do when you're looking at the 50 to 200 is just the golden cross. Just Google golden cross or death cross. I thought I had these somewhere. Crossover. Yeah, golden cross. So we have the golden cross here. Udemy. So let's just add these to the chart here. Simple moving average. So again, this is just one of those kind of old school trading setups. And actually back tests okay. If you look at it, just back testing it on the SP 500, but more of a, we have it for the 1 minute chart too. But more of a, and again, you can do it on the 1 minute chart, but it's more of an intraday type of thing, or more of a swing trading type of thing. The idea basically being, you can see here on the 16th, the 200 period moving average crossed the 20 period moving average. Again, no magic there. There's no magic in any of these indicators, but the idea is simply if the 50 period moving average is above the 200 period moving average, some people will use that to consider the whatever they're looking at in an uptrend. And if they are the other way around, then somebody will consider that to be in a downtrend. And then they'll just kind of tailor their trading based off of that. So they'd look at something like grind here, which just today is doing this moving average crossover, and they'd say, okay, well, now it's interesting to me as potentially a long setup because it's done this golden cross. So again, if you just look up golden cross trading, right, and then again, this is just one of those that was like a pretty ancient thing. The idea is the power, I guess, behind these is more than anything is the keeping you out of SPY backtest. It keeps you out of bad markets, and a lot of people just use it for that simple concept of if I use a golden cross or a death cross, then basically I'm saying that if the 50 period moving average is under, God, do you have enough ads on your website? Some of these, yeah. So this is the equity curve from 1965 to today, basically buying the golden cross and then selling the death cross on the SPY. So a comment there that only has a 37% win rate, but a 37% win rate can be a wildly profitable trading strategy if implemented correctly, right? The idea is simple, and let's just go to the SPY and we can just take a look at it. But the idea is that you're just using it to keep you out of bad markets, right? So we had the death cross right here in the SPY. So if you just said, okay, every time we have this death cross, I'm just going to stay away from the market. And then when the golden cross happens again, that's when I'm going to look to trade. So as opposed to just taking it as a signal, just like we were talking about with TI strength, right? If you just take something as this happens, therefore that's a signal, and that's what I'm going to do, that I don't think is the move. But if you just said, for example, and I've done this in some of my algos where They only trade from the long side when the 50-period moving average is over the 200-period moving average. That's actually, I think, part of TI's strength for some of these names, is that it's just a indicator of saying, hey, this is a strong market. So like the death cross happened right here during this bear market, which I think was the interest rate scare, and just kind of kept you out of all this stuff. Now, right, you bought back at a higher price, so technically it didn't do great, but it kept you out of drawdowns. And that's kind of the idea behind most of these moving average crossover strategies, is there's no magic behind them, but it's just used as a simple trend tool, right? This is, when this is all through here, even though, it probably sold you out around here and then bought you back around here, right? That's on a percentage basis isn't much of a difference, but just kept you out of this bear market where you could have had your money in anything else, right? Some people will use these indicators as simple ways to say, well, when am I going to do what type of trading style? For example, I know someone who will use the VIX and say, I am going to very short-term trade when the VIX is over a certain level, and I'm going to long-term trade when the VIX is under a certain level. Again, not saying that, right, that's a trigger to buy or sell, but it's a conditional idea, right? Now this is something I generally do by eye, right? I wasn't trading a whole lot to the long side in through here. What I was doing a whole lot of is I was making lists of strong stocks and trying to time bounces in the market, and then bought those stocks that were already in nice, strong uptrends. And that's kind of my trading style or philosophy. Right now, I'm looking at stocks that are, like we talked about earlier, that are not rallying, and I'm looking to short those names. Like one that I actually had was Shack. Right? And I was looking at Shack because it has it's struggling with the anchored VWAP from way up here. It's hit that now twice and is rejecting off it. So if Shack pulls lower, this is going to be a prime candidate for me to short because it didn't participate in the market rally. So yeah, again, I would use them more as conditional symbols than anything else, right? And people do this with a lot of stuff. Like for example, we have this RSI scan, so strategy, relative strength index, and then right the RSI unable to get oversold. And the idea behind here is pretty simple, and it's just that let's remove all of these, and then we'll just put on the RSI. The idea is simple, that if you own a stock in which the RSI is reaching under 30, which is considered oversold territory, then that's probably a weak name. There's been study done, and I've done some of the math as well, where stocks that are unable to get under this 30 level or oversold for periods of time usually end up being the strongest names. So, not saying just to buy all of these because the RSI hasn't been able to get oversold for a period of time, but this would be a good list of just strong names to take a look at. And you could just kind of hammer through these names, knowing that you can see down here, the RSI, even on this crazy pullback on HIG, couldn't get under that oversold area. So they're filtering criteria. And I would say the same thing with the golden cross and death cross. It could just be a filtering criteria to say, this is something that I'm interested in looking at, and I'll only buy stocks when XYZ occurs, or I'll only sell stocks when XYZ occurs. So yeah, that's my theory behind them, right? Other than that, they would just be kind of arbitraged. Systems would just be a little bit arbitraged out of the market.
Michael.
Barry.
SHOT. I got to tell you about SHOT. You are a customer of SHOT. You probably don't know it yet, but you will be.
Oh, am I now?
Yeah. You don't
do
know what they do you?
No,
What they do.
No clue.
What they do, and it'll be sold on Amazon at Christmas. What they claim they've come up with is a shot, not a jab, but a shot that you can take to reduce your blood alcohol content and give you clarity. So just in
Oh,
time for the heavy drinking holiday season, they're launching this. And they claim they've got the studies and they've been somewhat corroborated by, some bodies. So that's the reason why this shot is doing
so
what
it's a
it's doing.
hangover cure?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
So I mean, if it
Ye
worked, if it truly, truly, truly worked, yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I came in at a tail end of a couple of things, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I looked at their not that I typically look at financials, but yeah, I mean, they don't have very much money, they're losing money, etc. But definitely, this is the reason. And they had that announcement, I think, on the 8th of November. You can kind of see the little bit of a green bar on the daily, and then it rested for a couple of days, and then it just took off like a craziness. So anyway, we'll
ye
see. I mean, it's supposed to have the availability of the product in December on Amazon. So not that
That's
that
interesting.
yeah.
Are you gonna I don't know if this is gonna be like a American only thing, but are you gonna give it a shot? Uh, see my joke there, but
Yes, I did get your
are they
joke, and you
allowed
know
to
what?
buy? I thought weed type products were
No, no.
still
I mean,
taboo down
I
there.
saw what I saw what Peter Smith. So he's looking at our profile, and that's what it says. But I mean, obviously they've changed their whole. Well, they've changed their what they do. It's that simple.
Okay.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with cannabis. And yeah, so yeah, you know what? I will for fun. Why not? I'll buy one, and I'm not a heavy drinker anymore or anything. But you know what? Maybe I'll have an extra glass of wine and just see if it actually works.
Well, I was gonna say if you're gonna test it, you gotta get wasted first, right? Or
Mhm.
else it's not a fair test for the company.
Well, actually, I don't have to drink that much because I don't drink that much anymore. So even a little bit is affecting me now. So, but yeah, no, I'll try it. Why not? I mean, it's going to be sold on Amazon. I think it's like $5 a shot, sort of like the 5 hour energy drink, and you just
Okay.
guzzle it down and see what happens.
Well, let me know. Good
I
luck.
will.
I'll let someone else experiment that in case you like grow an extra toe or something.
Right.
But if it does well, let me know and I I might be a customer then.
You might be a
And
consumer of it.
they only have 6 million bucks in cash right now, so
I
they
know.
need some
I know.
customers for
Well,
sure.
if all us Canadians who like our Molson and Labatt at holiday, we all buy some, that's going to increase their cash flow.
Maybe we shall see.
Maybe. Okay, Michael, thanks so much for taking over for me. I will take over for you now.
No
And
worries.
there we go. I got my shot right up there. Yes, shot is
Perfect.
showing.
I did you try any of the top list stuff?
No, yes. The only problem I got with it is I like to sort my top lists on like my earnings plays up and down. I like to sort them in the position and days range. So I like to see the ones that are near the high of the day and the low of the day. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to help me, but I certainly am going to.
That's that's next though. So like how you go to the website, and if you go
Mhm,
to the market scope, there's a couple things you can sort that top list by. I
mhm.
think they're going to do the same thing in the downloaded.
Okay, cool.
So
Okay,
I think that's just and I think what it's going to do is going to allow you to sort by anything that you have as a column.
okay,
So I think the game plan is eventually all the channels and everything are going to move um, from that old top list look into this new, more modern thing. So
cool.
um,
And what about
yeah,
Brokerage Plus? I mean, what are the chances? I mean, I know it's I don't know anything about what it takes to get that working in a web-based version, but obviously it has to be worked on.
it is being worked on. Apparently, it's not insane.
Hmm.
It's like they're not thinking it's going to be so crazy hard. The reason for it is when we initially built Brokerage Plus, you needed the brokers didn't have the capabilities to connect to anything except the downloaded application. But
Hmm.
now a lot of the brokers have the ability to um, connect to the web. So like
Yeah.
Interactive Brokers has the ability where you just connect to their API and send trades.
Right.
So it's now that they've built those out, any broker that has that, we should, in theory, it won't be full-fledged Brokerage Plus. That's not the plan,
Mhm.
due to the complexity of it.
Well, well, I
But
was
we are
actually
going to add
thinking more in terms of the simulator, though, too. I mean, having these things connect to a broker, I get it. Some people like it. I was thinking more about the use of the simulator, though, paper trading.
yeah, the simulator will be first, and basically we're going to focus it around chart trading.
Okay,
So you're gonna do your settings somewhere else, on the web, of how much size you want and that kind of thing. But then when you place the trade, it's going to kind of automatically put the stop at the low of the day or the high of the day, and then you can drag it from there. So the idea is just to make it, just like everything else on the web, is to make it very visual and much simpler and that kind of
sure.
stuff, right? So um, I know the simulator is being worked on. I think they're trying to get it done by the next contest that comes out.
Okay, so that's probably 3 or 4 months from now.
Yeah, well, right. It's like with anything with devs, they say, "Oh, we're gonna do this next week," and you're like, "Okay, that probably means 6 months."
Yeah.
So, right, just
Okay,
thinking
Michael,
about it.
thank you.
Same with
Thanks again.
construction.
I'll take over completely now. I just got to get back in the other room and get myself off
Cool.
mute. So thanks a lot.
All right, talk to you soon.
Okay, bye bye. All
Bye.
right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just give me a moment. I was just talking a little extended conversation with Michael in our YouTube room. And let me get my music going. Okay, guys, now shot. Yeah, we were just talking about shot in the other we were just talking about shot in the YouTube room. So I think I actually convinced Michael that he might take the product, but I'm going to guinea pig first once it becomes available on Amazon. Why not just see if it works or not? Well, there's no question, Shady. I mean, this is I mean, once it falls, and as Michael was saying, the CEO, whoever runs this company, should be shot if they don't do a financing. You know, any stock that has gone from what it's gone from about 1 to 2 or 1 to 6 in a very short period of time, lots and lots of shares. If they don't take advantage of this and do some kind of a financing, which will, obviously cause some problems with the stock price, but at least raise some money at these higher levels, they're nuts. It's just when they do it, right, William? 3 days? Okay, guys. Oh, absolutely. I know Michael was talking about swing trading and all that. There were a lot of swing trading questions. And one of the things he said, well, Barry doesn't swing trade because, I've got to get out of every trade at the end of the day. Not exactly. But the thing is, I would never swing trade this. Now, look, in hindsight, sure, if I had really, like swing trading this from 175 to 604, but you don't know this is going to happen with something as, low float, speculative. So typically the stocks that I am in are not what I call swing tradable just because they're too risky, too volatile. And so it's not that I don't want to swing trade. It's just that, the stuff that I tend to focus on are going to, they're the ones that are going up 42% in a day. And, very hard for me psychologically to hold something like this overnight, especially now. But even here, even here, even here, even here, even here, of course, obviously in hindsight, sure, would have been an incredible swing trade from $1.70 to 6. But what you're doing is, and I like to call this is a faith-based kind of trade. If you have the faith that they actually have the product that you think they do, that they say they do, sure, this could be really interesting going forward, you know. But we don't know that. We just don't know that. So anyway, let me do a video now. Okay, I'm going to do my video right now. Of course. I mean, the volume is, huge. I mean, that volume, 33 million, it's 21 million in the float. So it's traded the float basically a million and a half or one and a half times, a little over one and a half times. I mean, yeah, Shady's right. Anybody's right who thinks this is going to have a big fall at some point. The problem is, and just like Michael was saying, it's really hard to predict the top. I don't just mean in this. It's one of the hardest things in trading to try to predict something that is going to, finally drop or bounce. Now, I know real can use linear regression channels and all that, but for a stock like this, it may not matter. Even if it's above a channel, it may not matter because look at the volume. Until that volume dries up, this could continue to move until that volume really dries up. Drop my affiliate. I'll be glad to drop my affiliate link in. Just give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, well, it might hit it, Lando. Okay, signs. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, if you click on my homepage link, click on it, and you'll be at the top, and there it is. Okay, just use that. You click on the Get Trade Ideas and use that code for whatever plan you're looking for. Okay, Barry 25, Barry 25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, appreciate that. Okay, guys, I am going to do a video now. So let me put everybody on mute right now. Well, first I'll put the announcement in. I'll do it. I say I'm not a big drinker or anything like that, but maybe I'll make an exception. I'll be the guinea pig for it. Okay, 13, 14, 114, say 124, say 125. It should not take me this long, but again, just in case. Okay, guys, so doing my video back around 125 Eastern time, put myself on mute in both rooms. Okay, guys, you know what's starting to drift down now again is this SYM. It took out 50 again on the way down. Give me a moment, guys. Chatting with internally. Just give me a moment. Got to hand somebody a link. Yeah, signs. I mean, this is the wild and woolly type market. There's no question. I mean, when you're talking about, looking at a shot, you're asked about where you put us. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, this one, I would say that from 6 on, it hasn't been too bad, except for that massive bottoming tail. But that is always the trick. It's a lot of feel. I always say you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in anything like this. They're so volatile. You just can't, you can't turn your head. I mean, even earlier in the day, I mean, this is the pre-market. This looked awesome in the pre-market, got up to 515. This is this candle right there is the 8:30 Eastern time candle. Look at the next candle. I mean, it just gave it all back up completely. I mean, it's really, I mean, these are really difficult, but this is, you just have to if you're not used to trading, day trading, I would probably shy away. We have to talk about this in the room because I mean it's showing up on all my scans anyway, and it is exciting. But I mean, it's not if you're not used to day trading, I would not necessarily be in something like this. Or if you're going to take it, you have to take just fewer shares and kind of practice, or even use our simulator, to practice. But every now and then, you get one like this, and, sure, I mean, it's hard to take your eyes off it. As long as the volume, is maintained. Once it dries up, I mean, look what happened here, when the volume dried up. But look, I mean, ever since ever since what time is this? Around 11:45? Yeah, 11:45, say noon. Ever since noon, the volume has just been progressively been increasing. The minute this dries up, look out below, for a while anyway. Ah, son of a I wanted to take the sim. I just mentioned the SYM, breaking underneath 50, just yakking too much. Okay, guys. So the market's starting to take a bit of a header here. Key area would be right here around 452.39. I'll stick a price alert right around that area, see if it holds. If it breaks down through that, we might have a bit of a miserable close. Ominous guy, 666. Oh, just shot up ahead of I got ahead of it. It was 666 just a second ago for shot. There we go, 666. So if you're at all biblical, watch out. Well, I would call this is it. Yes. I mean, this is a free trading room sign. So, yeah, I mean, this is where if you're a trader, well, you don't have to be. Okay, I see what you mean. No, there is not a community for trade ideas. This is a free trading room for all. Okay, obviously, a lot of people have trade ideas within the room, but we don't. This is a free room. So you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in the room. So, Finley, unfortunately, we do not have in our YouTube room. We do not have a free trial. You just missed what we call our test drive. It was actually 11 trading days for $11.11. So we do not have free trials. Okay. The best I can do for you is give you a 25% off the first month, and you could that'll work out to about I think $83 for the month. And there's no subscription. There's no You're not subscribing to anything really. It's just month to month. So again, if you clicked, I just put the link in. Yeah, we used to do the test drive every quarter, but I think this year we only did three of them. So the next test drive won't be for a while. It literally just ended yesterday. My goodness, Lando, you might be kidding or think you're kidding, but who knows? Maybe it will hit 9. So if you click on my homepage link, I mean, I know it's not perfect in terms of you're looking for a free trial, but you can get 25% off using my code here. So just to give you an idea, so that would be 118 less than 25%. And so you can at least try us out for the full month. And if you don't like it, well, you don't subscribe. This is just month to month. No, I hear you. We just can't offer free trials. So we used to have a demo, but the demo was 15 minutes delayed, and I don't think it really gave a proper presentation of what we're all about. The other thing you can do though, Finley, is just keep coming back into either YouTube or the main trading room. You can kind of see, and I mean, I'm on from Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., just like this, sharing my screen, talking about trading and the stocks that are obviously in play. So you can kind of see what our software can do. Just to give you an idea, this is an example of what I call a momentum scan. I call it Momo. So this is what you can do in Trade Ideas. I'll just right click on it, configure. So this is a scan that I'm using. So the whole idea of using Trade Ideas and creating an alert window is you always start off with some filters, the screening aspect, okay? Because obviously 10,000 stocks out there you have to have a way to whittle, the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal. Up to this time of day, it's time sensitive, so up to 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. You know, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes of 400% of normal. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay. So at 131, you can just see right here, shot made a new high at $7 as an example. Okay, as an example, because it met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. This is now I'm sharing all my scans, okay, but that may not be your style of trading. It doesn't have to be my style, doesn't have to be your style, but we have a lot of no, we have a lot of different real-time alerts, new high and new low right at the top. And don't get overwhelmed by how many we've got. And here are all the filters we've got. We have a lot of them because, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. We have thousands of customers. So the company, when they started, figured that most would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they try to do is create enough different alerts and different real-time alerts and different filters. So majority of the customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So, but that's the whole concept of trade ideas. We are excellent at real-time alerting, and you can create your own scans. You can take mine. I'm sharing a lot of mine. We have a lot of scans here. If I click on new, and then in our doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, there are scans in here. So if you didn't want to build your own scan from scratch, chances are maybe I would have something already kind of made for you, and you can always adjust it. You could always go if you looked at this scan again and you say, "Well, I like it, but I don't like that price range." So you change it. You don't like that price range of 1 and 100. Maybe you want 10 and 50. Maybe you want, 1 and 10. You only want to look at really cheap stocks. Fine. You can change it. You get used to using trade ideas. You can also take a look. Maybe there's a filter. Maybe you like RSI. Maybe you like MAG. It's different sort of filters. Maybe you add one in here. Maybe you take one out you don't like, or you just use it as it is. And also, if you are, I don't know what sort of a trader. I mean, this is really, I mean, I'm an intraday trader. I mean, this is fabulous for intraday trading. But you might look at this and go, well, I don't want to take shot right now. It's so extended, if that's your idea. Well, you can always say, well, maybe you have a moving average that you like, and you can put it on the chart and wait to see if it comes back, put a price alert around the moving average and see if it comes back and hits it. Okay. Or maybe you like the VWAP. Okay. So the idea though is that these stocks are trading abnormally. And if you're an intraday trader, that's what you should be focusing on, in my opinion. Okay, stocks that are trading abnormally, volume wise. And what I do here, I don't trade options, but coupled with abnormal volume, like this sort of volume, just the actual volume, I'm also looking for stocks that are trading abnormally when it comes to their option volume. Now, shot is not one of them because it's not optionable, obviously. Option volume today is zero, so it's obviously not optionable, as an example. Well, if you want to load my scan signs, you have to have the program because you see, this is what happens. So if I go to my homepage, okay, so there's my homepage link. So when I click on it and you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so this is the momentum scan I'm talking about. So if you wanted this scan, you would click on the link. This is for everybody else who's just interested. You'll click on the link where it says open scan, and you'll see that it'll go into a new tab, and then you just copy it. Okay, I just copy it, and then Control C. Now it's copied, and then this is why you need the program because file. Then you would go to your up to file, load from cloud, and there it is. You see in that box right there, it has copied that same same link. It's right in here, and then you just load it. So in order for you to see the scan, you have to, you have to have the program, if that makes sense. It works in the web-based version. The web-based version, it does work in the web-based version, yes. The web-based version is not as robust. This is what it looks like. When I say not as robust, I mean it's all real time, and you can load my scans, so you can use it in the web-based version, okay? But if you're interested in practicing trading as an example using our simulator, you don't have that access. So there are a few things that are not available in the web-based version. But if you wanted this scan, right, these scans right here, sure, you can have them the web-based version, you can load them into the web-based version. The only reason to use the web-based version is, if you don't have a PC, I guess, if you have a Mac. Are you the one who's been asking questions about that? Yeah, okay. When I say and not here, maybe have you been asking questions and sending emails to us? There has been somebody, yeah, with Chris. Okay, okay. So yeah, keep asking me questions. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if he explained what the difference is, but I mean there are the big difference, I suppose. If you don't care about practicing trading, then it's not a huge difference. If you have multiple monitors, though, if you have multiple monitors, no Market Explorer, exactly, no Market Explorer. But also, if you have multiple monitors, if you only have one monitor, it's not a big deal. But if you have multiple monitors, it's so simple, to take something and move it to another monitor. Simple to do, Finley. A gap of at least 3% or up from the previous day's closing price. So this is what I use I'm talking to now somebody in our YouTube room. So this is what I use, for instance, in the pre-market. Now this is still running, okay, and it still runs, but I don't look at this once the market opens. But so this is what I do. Okay, I'm sorting on the change from the close. So remember now, imagine you're watching this in the pre-market. We start getting our data at 4 Eastern time. So it depends what time zone you're in. Early you want to get up, but you don't have to get up at 4, of course. But I run this. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm certainly not getting up at 1 my time. But the bottom line is this: is I'll look at this whenever I wake up. I'll load this, and I'll see the ones that are moving the most since yesterday's close. And if you want at least the 3% gap, yeah, no problem. You just, I think I've got a 2% gap maybe. But you can take these. I'm sharing these. Yeah, I have this, the 3% from previous close. Okay. So, and these are the ones that are down. Okay. Based on yesterday's close. So that's easy to do. If you're just looking to find a bunch of stocks that are up at least 3% or down at least 3% from yesterday's close, and you wanted to see it in the pre-market, no problem. And also, I mean, over the course of the day, of course, but you can probably set it up. You'd probably want to watch this in the pre-market. But this is what we call a top list window. And the beauty of it is that, yes, the obvious thing to do at the beginning, the obvious thing that I do, sure, I want to see the stocks that are moving the most in the pre-market. Okay, percentage wise. What are they from yesterday's close? Once I see those though, then the next thing I do, especially when we are in earnings season, and we still have a few earnings plays, I'll sort on the earnings date, sort on the earnings date column. Okay. And here, everything that says 0.25 or minus 0.25, that is an earnings play. So, I mean, if you're interested in stocks that have earnings, which I am always interested in that, you can sort on this column right there. These are the ones that are up, and these are the ones that would be down. Okay. Now I think at the end of this week, we'll probably will not have that many. We're right at the tail end of earnings season. I mean, some days we had 1,400 companies releasing earnings. Some weeks we're down to about 100. But anyway, but you can sort on different columns. So, for instance, okay, you see the change from the close. Again, the obvious thing to do. But maybe now what you want to do is say, okay, now what about the low floaters? Is there anything happening? Because I may not be, your eyes are obviously drawn to the ones that are up the most. Okay. But there could be something down here, that's still pretty good, up maybe 7%, but you're not really seeing it. You're not focused on it. So you can sort on, say, the float column, and you can see the crazy low floaters that are moving. Oh, that's right. I remember now, Science. You're in Asia, aren't you? You were in here yesterday. You're in Asia. So the whole idea, though, I mean, with topless windows, you can sort on the different columns, and they'll give you different looks of the stocks that are meeting all your filter requirements, but it'll just give you a different look. So I don't use this once the market opens. Once the market opens, I shut it down. Hot and U.S. Bitcoin, or I don't know if it'll be good news. What's the market saying? Yeah. So I mean, so far it's been met with a dull thud, right? So I can't tell if that's going to be good news going forward or not. But right now, the market doesn't care. So does it integrate with your broker? So Finley asked a question there in a YouTube room. So we are a scanner. Okay, we're a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So now, when I get a question like that, does it integrate with my broker? It depends what you mean. Okay. So yes, we do have this window called Brokerage Plus that if you happen to have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas, okay, using only if you have an IB or E-Trade account. But that doesn't mean if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? This is just an option, a feature that is available if you have one of those two. We do have something called external linking, though. We have a tool that's called external linking. And what that does is with many brokers, and I don't know about eToro. It's very possible. What linking does, it's a big time saver because I have an Interactive Brokers account, but I don't use Brokers Plus. Okay. I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. So I can set up a link when I click on a symbol, it just loads into my order entry. Okay, my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I've traded. Now we link with many brokers. Okay, we can't control who we link with. They don't care whether we link with them or not. A lot of times it can be a bit of trial and error in terms of trying to figure out what box you would use. Typically, it's your order entry. So, Chris, I don't know if you're listening. But eToro, I know somebody has asked that before. Any idea about linking with eToro? A lot of times it's just a matter of trial and error. Now, Fidelity, almost, and Schwab for sure. Webull, I'm not sure. Okay, Webull, yes, okay. Never heard of Mumu. Never heard of Mumu. Is that an Asian one? So Chris is already saying, so with Weibo, Fidelity and Schwab, yes. Never heard of Mumu before. So if it's web-based, no. So eToro, that's why, with eToro, I don't know enough about them to know whether we can actually link with them. Yeah, we're talking about, somebody in our YouTube room, Science, is asking about eToro. If it's a downloadable application, like, most of the brokers look at this shot, guys. I mean, I don't think this is over. It takes out 7 at the end of the day. I mean, this could start to move again. It's really simple. Watch what I do. It's really, really simple. I mean, you just have to follow the instruction signs, okay? But it's really, you just click on tools. Now, this is only if, okay, here's the thing. It's only if you're using our downloadable application. You can't be using the web-based version for linking, okay? So you have to be using our downloadable application. Now, I know you have a Mac. You may not want to use Parallels or some kind of a software, a VMware or whatever, a program like that. You can use AWS, Amazon Web Services, or one of those. But I do get it. If you don't want to use any of those, then you cannot do any linking. Now, listen. It depends on how many stocks you're going to be clicking on all day long. Okay. I mean, if you're just, I mean, it's a if I'm only going to click on 10 stocks a day, it's not the biggest deal to have to type it in. Okay. But you have to be using our downloadable application because it's just tools. It's really simple. You click, as Chris has probably got the video, but you just click on tools, external linking, and then it says add link, and you just follow these instructions. And each platform might be a little bit different. That's all. And a lot of it is just kind of trial and error. Yeah, we used to have crossover a long time ago, and I don't know if we're still doing crossover. Are we, Chris? When I say we used to have it, we used to be able to use crossover, but I think they really changed something, and so it doesn't seem to work anymore. Is that correct? It seemed to be a pretty good solution a long time ago. There you go. So they do not support the .NET part of Windows. So no, is FOMC today? Who knew? No, so Finley, again, listen really carefully. If you wanted to use this blue screen that I got up here, that we call Brokers Plus, and you wanted to use it to trade from within Trade Ideas, you'd have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? Only 2 brokers it works with, okay? So if you're talking about, eToro, no. But it's not not the end of the world. You don't have to trade from within Trade Ideas to use our product. Just like I was saying, I click on Shot, it immediately loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So it's not like it's that big a deal. Okay, that's okay. A lot of people misunderstand, and they sort of come in at the tail end, and they somehow think that, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E Trade account, I really can't use the program. No, 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 no. We're a scanner. You can use us with any program. We just happen to have a feature that you can use Trade Ideas, or you can use this within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account and trade from within. But even if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. I mean, again, I've had Interactive Brokers for years and years and years, and I trade from within the platform, the Interactive Brokers platform. It's funny. I thought it was on the 16th. Obviously, it was not on the 16th, but FOMC. But well, I'll throw the spy chart up and see if we get any craziness. Well, William, we always say that, don't we? And then we watch some gyrations in the sky, which can knock you out of trades for the 5 minutes, and then yeah, maybe it goes back to nothing. Guys, this shot. I think I have a price alert set just over 7. Yeah, right at the high here. This is not a recommendation to take the trade. It's just, but I certainly want to know about it. Yeah, Nvidia releases after hours. There's no question that's the last big one, I guess. So let's just take a look at Nvidia. I'll use NVDL, the ETF for Nvidia. So right now, there's really no, I mean, nobody is placing any huge bets one way or the other. The 1 month starts from today, okay, Finley? So it's not, so it would go to the 20th of December. So the question was, if you take out a subscription today on like a 1 month, I don't like, I'll call it a subscription, but if you take the program, it starts today, 11/21, November 21, and it'll go for the 30 days. Okay, so it's not like a calendar month. And if you don't like the program, all you have to do is, and you'll know pretty soon, I think, whether it's for you or not. So if you took it out today, the 21st, I would say by the 16th of December, you'd probably know. And you could always say just say, you know what, I don't want it anymore. Please don't extend my subscription. Obviously, these subscriptions will be automatically extended. It just makes sense to do that. You don't want to have an interruption, okay? But just let us know before. The news source is not filterable, no. I typically don't use our news source. I use it for previous days to see, if I'm trying to refresh my memory of what might have happened earlier in something. I just use my Interactive Brokers news. It's pretty darn good for as part of the program. I don't know what eToro is like, but no, if you're looking for something that's filterable, I also have to say, because somebody said the other day, can we filter on good news? Well, the idea of good news, it's you might look at somebody might look at a news release, a press release, maybe an earnings release, and it might look really good, and it may not react the way you think it should. So quote unquote good news or bad news doesn't necessarily mean that's what the stock is going to do. But and when I'm doing my pre-market work, I mean that's typically when you see the news, right? I mean, sure, something like eBay had some news this morning, or mid-market. eBay had some news this morning, But typically what I do in the pre-market is when I see a stock that's gapping up, I'll click on it and I'll check to see, okay, what's the news on it? Most of the time, because I've got my earnings date in this single stock window that I got here, which gives me the information that I like to see at a glance. Doesn't have to be the information you want to see, but it'll tell me whether it's an earnings play or not. Okay. Or if it's not an earnings play, I'll click on it and I'll check my headlines in Interactive Brokers, to see if there is some kind of news catalyst. Because it's not that often that there's a news catalyst during the day. Not saying it doesn't happen. Obviously, eBay had some kind of a catalyst, which is, and this is what it was. Guys, look at shot. And again, you can ask me questions all day long. I like to call this now a trading and support room, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Look how the VWAP held this, I think. So, if you're a follower of the VWAP, look at SYM. 48.71, so got a little bit below the VWAP, 48.71. But the bodies of these candles kind of held that VWAP and then bounced. So Pepe, interestingly enough, nothing showed up in the option activity and the breakouts today. It could be one, but yeah, nothing. And this is what I'm talking about. Well, I'm talking about that specifically, but again, you can go back in time. This is the don't repeat version of the 10-day daily breakout. This is on the don't repeat on the 10-day daily breakdown. Why do I have a don't repeat? Because I like to see, okay, what happened from that alert? Yeah, obviously take shot as an example. And remember, this is the program. It's called Trade Ideas. These are generating ideas. Doesn't mean you just, pile into a trade. But from shot at 507, not bad. It's $7. Not saying you would have held everything, even if you'd taken it here, because this has been very volatile. But now you guys are talking about the CANF, CINF. Yeah, so I mean, went from 257 up to 270. Nothing I would call fabulous. Let's take a look at the ANGH. Okay, well, this might. Okay, guys, I'd be maybe watching this. I don't know where the next high is, where it could stall. This is the on the this side. This is the repeating version. So I can see that from that first alert, ANGH at 133. It did get up to, if I was pretty quick, obviously, because 15 seconds, it got up to 284. So this is the repeating version, which is the typical way that people look at our scans like this. This is repeating the symbol over and over every time it makes a new high. But this allows you the opportunity to say, well, okay, what happened from that first alert? Sometimes, it hasn't moved that much. Might be an hour later, and you look at it, "Oh, I missed this. Oh, it hasn't moved that much." So you might have an opportunity to still trade it. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, total non-event. Let me just bring up a chart just for fun. Yeah, boy, this is the first time I've sort of forgotten about, FOMC, but yeah, obviously a complete non-event. Let's take a look at a 1-minute chart. That's what I usually do. So you can see, yeah, really nothing. I mean, okay, there was a bottoming tail down here, came right back up. Oh, that's right too. They're usually on a Wednesday. So it caught me by surprise. But there's no pressure at 2:30, so I mean, a non-event really. Okay, guys, the only thing I'm really looking at, I'm just intrigued to see whether or not that shot can take out the high of the day and run a bit from there. That's all I'm really looking at now. So Hawaiian Electric has been moving steadily down. HE. I saw this stock when I was on my break, and I thought, man, oh man, I think I'm a little late now. But SPOK, I know this has been this was act. No, this is. I thought I saw it earlier. Maybe I saw it on this day. But what a day it's having now. Doesn't trade very much. 500,000 shares right now. That represents 5 times normal. So I mean, this does not trade very much. But I'd be watching this one tomorrow to see if it just has a continuation. Just check the monthly chart out to see where it could go. We have to go back to 2019 before we see these highs. Do we care? That's 4 years ago. I mean, that's so yeah. So if you look left, the next high looking left is over 4 years ago, almost 4.5 years ago. Do we care? Okay, guys. So it's 2:06 now. So William, I don't know if you said you'd be able to keep the room open till 4 or 4:15 today. Okay, great. So guys, I usually take off at around 3. I'll always say later if there are some questions, but William will keep the room open, the main room open until 4 or 4:15, up to him. And big round of applause for William, seriously, for doing that. He's been doing this now for seems like a couple of months now. And he certainly doesn't have to, so that's why definitely grateful. For those of you who, want to keep talking about trading. And not only that, either I actually I play a little game with myself in the morning. Who opens the room first, Chris or William? I know Chris was up a little earlier than William today, I guess, because the room I don't get on the mic until 9, but the room is generally open by about, I don't know, 7:30 Eastern time. So you can come into the room at 7:30, not the YouTube room, okay? I'm only talking about the main room. There's Spock, Mr. Spock on the move here, guys. SB, okay? What do they do? Communication Solutions, okay? Yeah, it's an old company, 1965. Wow. Imagine they would come up with a statement like that, Dib Buyer. Well, we're still waiting for the one where they say, guys, we think we've got inflation under control. So back to 2% mortgage rates. Exactly. Obvious FOM. Exactly. What else are they going to say? So guys, Spock showed up late, this the abnormal option activity scanner. Usually, now why would it be this late? That's the reason. So one of my minimum filter requirements is 500 contracts. So you can see, I mean, it's got 717 now. I don't know what it was earlier. Probably wasn't 500. Okay. And also, there's a relative volume component in here too. But we don't typically get, in the option scanner, abnormal option activity scanner, something this late. All right, guys. Well, you know what day it is. It's Tuesday. So if you think I'm shouting, I am. Leaf blower is right outside my window. And he's doing a fine job. Look at Spock, guys. I mean, telling you, watch this one tomorrow. I mean, there's the next high looking left on the daily chart. You can see that red line. Can't see it on the daily, and I have to expand this out, but that red line means that's the next high looking left on the daily. So it got into it. 1724 looks like that's the price. So if anybody's wondering, like, why isn't this showing up on the 10-day daily breakout? Well, there's the filter right there. That's what's preventing it. So in this filter, in this, excuse me, scan I got, notice how few alerts all day. And one of the reasons is because if I right click, configure, that relative volume of 8, there's not that many stocks that are going to be like that. Okay. I mean, and meeting all the other, meeting the filter requirements and then making a new high for the day. So you can see right there, it's at 5.38. So it's not 8. And that's the reason why it's not showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. Ah, we've got one. Pepe, we've got one. SYM now. I don't know if I want to trade it. It's been so choppy. So what we're talking about is I've said several times in the past that if you see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown in the option activity scanner, really pay attention to it. Okay. If it's in both these are different scanners. Okay. Abnormal option activity, and then the breakouts or downs. Now, Pepe very kindly put this together last week so that now you don't have to guess. You don't actually have to scan to see, okay, is this stock also in the abnormal option activity? Is this any of these ones here? So he was able to create a combination. So stocks that are abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakup using the filters that I use. This is the first one that happened today. SYM. Now I'm not saying I want to trade it because it's been pretty choppy all day. Nope. Well, the only thing that I'll take credit for, well, it's because I thought about doing it. I think on the weekend. You came up with this on Friday, right? I was thinking of doing that on the weekend. Sure, I can give you that scan. So if you've got the abnormal option activity scan already, this is just I created a doc on it. Okay, actually, I can give it to you individually. This is the same scan. Let me just I'll answer your question in 1 second, Mikhail. Just give me one moment. Maybe Denver already did it. Okay, Denver, is that what you did? So is that just the single scan or is it the dock? Just so I know. Single, okay. All right, so here is the single scan, okay? This is the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, okay? So, Stewart, okay? So that is so if you already have this one, the don't repeat, abnormal, or the, my other versions of this, then you can just take this. This is don't repeat, okay? So you only see it the one time. Probably you're not going to get too many alerts. It just is a bit of a time saver, so you don't have to check both of them. So the discount for Black Friday only the first month only. Just give me a moment. So yeah, so the Black Friday, and this is the same promo. Okay, it doesn't say Black Friday, but it's a 25% off. So just to give you an idea. So if you click on my homepage link, so I know there's a Black Friday code, but it's the same one. Okay, 25% off. I mean that's the key thing. So I know they created a bunch of different codes that have probably Black Friday in them, but you can use this Barry 25. You'll get the 25% off. That's the first month only. Okay, first month only. If you do want to take on an annual later on, um, I can get you the 25%. Okay. But yes, if you this 25% off is on off the first month only. Otherwise, why would we have annual subscriptions? And the reason I say this, if you use my code, it really helps the room. Okay. We try to keep this room free, doing our best to keep this room free. The more people who use my code to take out a subscription, excuse me, it'll really help to keep the room free. Guys shot. I mean, I'm going to be really, I'm going to have to keep an eye on this because this could just shoot right through. Not a recommendation, guys. Okay. I just think have a bit of understanding about what traders might do. Exactly. Science. Yes. You can go for the monthly. If you like it, make money. Yes. That's the bottom line. You got to be, you got to be able to use our product to make money. Of course, at least pay for the subscription while you're learning. Oh, okay, guys, intense concentration for me now. Just give me a moment, guy. Well, I'm going to put myself on mute, okay, just in case I say a bad word. Okay. Okay, guys, no bad words coming out. Got to get out though. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Look at this pop up here, 752. Yeah, I was so fortunate to get some, but the minute it starts to drop, now it could have another run. The bad words would have been knock that out. Okay. Oof. Definitely an adrenaline rush. Look at Sim now, guys. I guess I should have Pepe, we just have to have more faith in this. Well, you know what, Babby? I mean, yeah, I don't like to initiate trades after hours unless it's a stock I've been following, okay, all day. So I don't trade earnings, for instance, I don't trade earnings after hours or anything like that. But shot is an example of something that, and this allows me, of course, in the last hour to maybe do a little trading on my own. But yeah, shot is one of those. I'm going to watch it after hours. I want to see what it does. Oh, yeah, as Mario says all the time. All the time. I mean, that's what, if it's well, especially in my scans anyway. I mean, this is a momentum scan. So I mean, anything with any sort of momentum, um, it's going to show up here. Daily, absolutely. Anything that is like a shot that is, relatively low float, moving a lot, almost for sure will show up on the momentum scanner. We were right here, Signs. We were right here. We were right here starting in October of 2015, doing exactly this. So I don't know where you were. 7 years, guys. Yeah, 7 years. I've been doing this. And there have been some, yeah, before 2015 October, there was another. I was sort of doing this. I wasn't sharing my screen or on a mic. We had a more of a real time text based forum going, but yeah, on the mic, sharing my screen since October of 2015. We we can externally link to TradeStation, right, Chris? So there's your answer, Marius. Yes, you can externally link to TradeStation. Well, tell all your friends, Signs, all your friends, wherever you. Well, I know you live in Asia. Tell all your friends, everybody. Tell all your friends. Come into the room, free room. Even if you just want to, even if you're not a trader, but you're sort of interested in, seeing market mechanics, seeing other traders at work, just out of curiosity, you come into the room. It's free. Oof. Okay, guys. About 30 more minutes for me. And we've had people in this room who are not subscribers for probably years. It's okay. They add something. PJ, they add something. And but you've got to be comfortable with the product. And I think that's the beauty of having a room like this and the other traders who take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. We all have, 5 days of the week, five different traders. We all have different trading styles. Oh, Jamie, 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 Jamie. Okay, well, we'll have somebody look at that right away. Okay, Chris, I don't know if you're around, but Jamie in our YouTube room has been a longtime subscriber. Says that his account has expired. Exchange was it the exchange agreement? That's I'm just going to say you have to fill out the exchange agreements. Nasdaq, New York Stock Exchange, etc., etc. Remember, guys, we don't want to do this, okay? But the exchanges they want us to make sure that our subscribers are not not professional traders, because if they are, they want to charge you more. Okay, we don't want to, but that's what the exchanges want to do. So we have to send out an email on everybody's anniversary date. Everybody's anniversary date or before. It'll be before. I don't know if it's a week before or 2 weeks before, a month before, saying you must fill out these exchange agreements every single year. It used to be that when a person signed up with us, 5 years ago, it was just a one shot. But now the exchanges are all over us, and not just us. Interactive Brokers, every single product out there that has real time data. Okay, it's not just us. So you have to make sure that don't disregard that email if you get it, saying, "Oh well, I've already filled out the exchange agreement when I signed up for Trade Ideas." It has to be done every year, and that again, that's every single broker. If you have TradingView, any of the charting programs, they all require it. But PJ's been in the room forever. I don't, I don't I think people, I don't try to press people into taking a subscription. I indicate that this is what you can do to take out a subscription. All I really ask is that when you do, just use my code. That's all I really ask. Okay. It just helps the room. Well, Marius, whether it's silly or not, they put the onus on us. And, I mean, obviously people can lie, but we have to go through the exercise. Whew, okay, guys. Well, ANF is now a high of the day. ANF earnings play. Another, it just went positive. Well, went positive 61 cents ago. But I mean, again, another one. Look how crazy. I mean, big pop pre market, huge drop. This is an earnings play. Had a little rally, another huge drop. And now look at this. And I'm sure Real is going to tell me because I can see even on my LRC, I just can't pay enough attention to it. Anyway, I would say that for 99% of our subscribers are not pro traders, and you just have to make sure, don't disregard that email if you get it. We have no choice other than to shut you off if you don't respond. But I think we give you, I don't know how many times we do it, Chris. If we don't get a response, I don't know how many, if we send out another email, I really don't know, but I have to do it too. I mean, we all have to do it. Okay, guys, 2:32. So getting close to the end of my session. This CDIO, guys, it's starting to rip right now, but man, look how choppy this was. I mean, it's all about, okay, you take a trade in this, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, look how choppy it. Now, maybe it's settling down a bit, maybe. Now, the high over here, that's that magic red line, is about 261 now. It's very creepy. I agree. Next high looking left is 270. So it's a little close to that. I mean, if it can ever clear out over three, I mean, man, that has room, but hmm. It's had a great, well, 3.5 weeks, 18-cent stock, 257 now. See if there's been any news on this one. So on the 20th, well, that was yesterday, announced as a breakthrough in coronary heart disease detection, etc. But any news previous to that that would have caused the initial run? I sort of remember this. I do remember this stock going up over a dollar and then coming down below a dollar, and oh well, I guess it's over. But yesterday, big day going through the 200-day. Okay, guys. Might be interesting to watch MRAI tomorrow. Maybe even going into the close. There's the high up here, 133. But the high in the week is last week was 163, so it would have a little bit of room. Another extremely choppy one though. Choppy, again, if you're on don't know what I'm talking about, just look at this 15-minute chart. You see how we have some big topping tails, bottoming tails, really tough to keep in a trade, not smooth at all. AI heart disease detector, okay, why not? For a CDIO. You must be looking at a different high of day, Drod, oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at MRAI. Yeah, I think we did see that. Yeah, we did see that. That it was now turned into a did at least one of them. We said now it's turned into an AI play. Maybe it wasn't this one, it was some other stock. It's possible. I said, okay, now they're an AI play. Yeah, rely, RELI. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, so if I'm not interested at all, I'm looking left. I see too much between the current price and 120. Now, if it can take out 120 tomorrow, maybe, it's got a shot to the 150 level, but I'm not interested. I'm not so much bullish on it. I mean, it was an AI alert. That's the only reason I know about it, really. MRAI today. I don't think I don't think it's showing up in any other of my scans, which is a little surprising because the relative volume is certainly high enough, but there will be a reason. Obviously, the volume's fine. The relative volume is fine. It obviously would not show up in a 10-day daily breakout because it's not breaking out up here. So that's not, and it doesn't trade options. Okay. And I guess what the problem is that there was not a momentum. There wasn't like a big volume momentum, after this first one right there at 11 o'clock. So I mean, it's probably down here somewhere, but and then of course, even though it's moving now, I won't see it unless it broke a new high because that's the real time alert. Now you can have new 5-minute highs. You see it obviously at a new 5-minute high. Ah, yes, dilution withdrawal. That's what got it going. I think that's what got it going this day. They were going to do a big financing, I guess, and then they decided not to. If I could speak whatever this language is, it might. Hey, Chris. Okay, guys, 2:42. So I'm getting set to wrap my session up in about 15 minutes or so. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Uh, Amy, I'm going to ask Pepe. Pepe, didn't you say that Trade Ideas automatically saves layouts in a folder? Jamie is saying that he had to do okay, so Jamie, all may not be lost, okay? Jamie in our YouTube room is saying that he had to redo the exchange agreements for some reason, okay? Got back in, my layout was not saved. Now, how is it saved? Look in the backups folder, okay? And can you do that, Jamie? No, Harry, he was answering me regarding the backup regarding a folder. He wasn't answering you as far as the the if and for. So I guess that means, I mean, I didn't really, because I'm so used to saving my stuff. I've never ever had an issue, and that from day one. But so if you created a layout and you forgot to save it, but every hour for 5 days, it'll save your layout automatically to that backup folder. So as long as, within an hour you create something, as long as you don't somehow exit within an hour and forget to save it, you're good you're good. But the bottom line is, always save your work. I know sometimes you forget, person forgets, and that's fine, but I didn't even realize that every hour your layout is saved to the backup folder. When you ask what happened to it, what do you mean by that, Michael Anthony? What happened to SBSW? I can tell you exactly what happened to it. Plunges to a March 2020 low on convertible bond sale. So they obviously did a financing of some sort. That's what happened. Ah, good, Jamie. Good, good, good. Oh, so that's the reason, Michael. Did a financing, and that's the reason. $500 million. Okay. I know William is going to definitely be watching NVIDIA after hours. So NVIDIA releases earnings after hours. Now, this is the ETF. That'll be a big one, guys. That'll really tell the tale, I think, of tech going forward for a while anyway. Well, it means they're raising money, but I mean, what it does for existing shareholders, Michael, is that it dilutes your position, I guess. Okay, I mean, I didn't read the whole thing, but they must be. It's probably shares issued, and so it dilutes your position. So that's why typically financing is not good for existing shareholders. I mean, that's not good, short term anyway. Yeah, no guts, no glory. I did not. The SDIA didn't do it. This is probably the best. That 15-minute candle was probably the best it traded all day. You know why? Because it closed right at the high. There was no pullback whatsoever. It was just steady up, 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 up. And when you look at the rest of them, I mean, arguably you could say maybe the 11:15 candle was pretty good too, but after that we had highs and lows, highs and lows, highs and lows. Yeah, I'd be, there you could pay me enough. People say that all the time. You could pay me enough to hold shot overnight, but depending how many shares I held. But yeah, I mean this again, if they don't do financing, then they're crazy. All right, guys, getting close. 7 minutes left for me. Any questions? NVDY cheap and good dividend. Okay, let's take a look at NVDY. Somebody pop that into K21CC. Okay, so I see. This is another way, I guess, to try to trade NVDA. Not that liquid, but okay. So again, if you want to trade, if you think, after hours or tomorrow, you think NVDA, and you don't want to pay NVDA's price, you can always look at NVDL. Actually, it's not as liquid as I thought, but I mean, it's still pretty liquid. 547,000 shares. This is a specific ETF just for NVDA, but it's 1.5 times. So if NVDA was up 1%, this would be up 1.5%. But if NVDA was down 1%, this would be down 1.5%. All right. Shot, I think, is right at, I mean, I don't think it's going to take out the highs now, but shot's right at the VWAP. Let's see if that VWAP tends to hold it. 594. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, if there were available, pretty high fee rate, 125%. Okay, guys, 255. Again, any last minute questions? Guess I'm not on mute anymore. Well, I'm definitely going to buy one. I'm definitely going to buy one just to see, just for fun. It's only going to cost, I think, $5. You might have to buy a few. Maybe I don't know if those. Probably Amazon won't ship just one, but I'll buy one. Why not? Just to see. Well, Jamie, I'm glad that, it's always frustrating when you think, man, I spent some time creating a layout. Now it's gone. So I knew Pepe could help. I knew he could. So CanF, okay, so it is moving again, but it has been massively choppy. I mean, look, I had to move, huge drop down, now move up, all sorts of, exercises, the warrants for approximately $3 million. Mm. Have we heard of Captain before? CAPT? I've seen the symbol. I don't know. I don't think I've ever traded it, but Captivision. Oh, so this looks like probably was a who knows what happened here. I doubt if it was an IPO. So maybe a symbol name change. Doubt if it was a SPAC. I know Casa will know, or Cam or Casa always knows these things if they're still in the room. Change this. Usually I can find it here. So Jaguar and Glam. Okay, so that's what it was. So it was it's sort of a merger of some sort, and it became Capt, CAPT. Thank you, yeah, Casa, right there. So that's why I like to use our news sometimes, or the only reason I use our news is to check past days. Can't do it really within in it. Well, I'm sure you could, but this is today for Interactive Brokers as an example. But I can go back to our news and just see that, just like Casa said, this was J's. This was a SPAC, JGGC. I don't think I'll have to get hammered. Not like university days hammered. Does this JRVR start moving up now? Okay. Remember, Michael, I don't have a crystal ball, but let's take a look at JRVR. Well, I mean, where are they out of? Okay, so obviously for tax purposes, out of Hamilton, Bermuda. I mean, it's crawled off the bottom a little bit, a dollar off the bottom. I mean, it could get really moving if it could take out 986, I suppose, which is the next high looking left. Now, is it going to? I have no idea. Yeah, that was a thank you. No, it wasn't a SPAC really, was it? Because look at the price. I don't think that was the typical SPAC deal regarding Captain and JGGC. All right, guys, it is now 3:01. So unless there are any other questions, I think I'll just pack this in. So I will put again the main trading room link into YouTube. So you guys in YouTube, if you want to, you can head over to the main room. William will keep it open probably till about 4:15, at least till 4, at least to NVIDIA. How's that? At least until whenever NVIDIA releases earnings. So again, thanks for all the help, everybody, all day long. Super appreciated. We'll open the rooms tomorrow. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now, and the screen sharing will go. Thanks. Appreciate that, Signs. Okay, YouTubers. Say goodbye to you guys too.